Tomatoes and potatoes and my peas. Tomatoes and potatoes and my peas. I put them in my hat and I eat them just like that. I put them in my ears and in my shoes. I put them in my pants and I do a little dance. There's always things to take away my blues.
I gotta say, I agree with what the song is saying, but yeah. At least in a somewhat transitory sense, but yes. I've returned in a very characteristically protracted fashion, delayed protracted fashion. But hopefully with the end result of being able to actually make something of the time I shall end up having. First, I should probably check one thing actually. This not really to do with anything of what I should be doing, but something that I feel compelled to check it anyway. But yes, I'm here, and I am definitely in a very slightly improved character, I guess, in terms of God, how do I even describe what the hell am I saying? Slightly, very marginally less compelled to use the mic mute toggle to mask disgusting noises, basically, for necessity of having to make those noises. But now that I've gone ahead and said that, let me go ahead and begin something different, which will also be quite interesting. We are returning to Mizzurna Falls today, and I thought I was gonna end up changing the situation that I was using to stream it altogether, but a few things that I looked into since yesterday did result in me making some interesting discoveries. Let's go ahead and mute this playlist thingy, just because it's actually a little fortuitous that we managed to get this going at the moment we did. Where's the freaking... This thing is like in the middle of a bunch of stuff. It's like, why does this black square have to exist when we do the thing? Makes it difficult to just kind of quickly locate, so I can make it visible, or make it not visible.
At 6:13 a.m. in a forest just outside Mizzurna Falls.
Yeah, we're going back to Mizzurna Falls. What I'm curious about is why, okay,
and soaked in blood.
Why the software capture was off. Alright, let's just see if we can get right back into it, because, yeah. There's actually, before I press anything here, I reckon there's one thing I should make sure is on this. I'm gonna uncheck it and recheck it and do a quick test, which doesn't seem... never mind. Hold on. Okay, we're good. So, funny thing about this game, I'm like almost entirely positive I played through it like a couple times before. And yet I think the entire like first run, at least that I did of the game, during that first run, I don't think I ran into the problem that is apparently considerable enough that it gets mentioned on like a few text thingies that come with the fan translation of the game, where you just kind of drive forward and eventually the world just runs out and you're in the void, and at that point it's just like a matter of time before everything just crashes. But I'm pretty sure somehow I managed to avoid that entirely, unlike my first run of the game. And I almost managed to avoid that entirely during a certain test that I did. Let me go ahead and like blow this up more actually, so there's like no empty space on the edges there, it's all just black letterbox. There we go. But no, apparently it's just something that you ought to expect, apparently. And it's a veritable miracle that I did not run into it during that first run, but I have taken measures to hopefully mitigate it. It should be in effect now, but which will mean that I will have to I'll have to act quickly if it does happen. But we are right back in the timeline that I abandoned last time, actually. My setup did not change after all, but we're going back to Matthew's place, where Winona is calling him at 5:45 before Kathy's funeral and before the bear hunt, which is at 7 a.m. Should go too, dude, you're right. No, apparently she'll walk to the cemetery. It's at 9:30, which we already know about, but I guess we want to be mindful of that as much as possible regardless, and since we did just load from a save, I don't think we'll be making another one right away. We will, however, get up at like 15 minutes past 7, which means we have about that much time to get to the forest, where we know the bear hunt is gonna take place. And even though she phoned us like an hour ago, here is Winona to be like, yeah, hey, might find out some clues if you go to Kathy's funeral. I came to stand outside your shed at 4:70 in the morning, just to tell you that. It's quite curious. So, it should be possible at this point to, if something goes horribly wrong, as it did a few times before, it should be possible for me to travel back in time in intervals of like 2 minutes. It should hopefully be more than enough to mitigate that, but we're going to the forest immediately. Let me actually confirm a few things, set myself in place here, because yeah, this has it's probably been amply evidenced by this point. This is in fact the sort of game where you can't really afford to screw up a whole lot. So let me see. This will probably be fine, maybe, possibly. Or this, I think I'll put this somewhere else, I guess. There. That'll have to do. It's multitasking, logistics, all that fun stuff. Actually, let me see if it might be easier for me to blow this up, not to the point where... yeah, it covers the whole thing, but where it's still letterbox. There we go. That's a little better. Okay, so... you know, after all that, my initial assertion that we're going to the forest and we don't really have anything else that we should be doing at this point is still true, so let's go ahead and get a move on. Driving very early in the morning on the day after Christmas. On our beat-up Beetle. Possibly beat up, who knows. I mean, it's probably in pretty good shape. Kind of a thing that these types of cars were known for, if I'm not mistaken, is just being durable. Which I may or may not have mentioned this in the past, but we did have a bit of a tragic incident where I did grow up with one of these cars in my family. My family had like a car just like this when I was like, I don't know, very young, up to like 12 or something. At which point we got a different car. And I don't know exactly when we did it. Actually, no, wait. We had a couple different cars by that point. I had like another white car that I can't think of the right words to describe it, and also a van that we got when I was around 12, which is what I was thinking of. And eventually we did sell off the Volkswagen to a relative, and I think at some point we considered buying it back just because it was good, but by that point that relative had sold it off to somebody else, which was unfortunate. But we're in the forest. This guy really needs to take a leak, but he won't let us through. It says force distance limits. Go home. Get out of here. And indeed we oblige, but no one's around anyway, so off he goes. To do his business, which, as you might imagine, does give us the opportunity we need. Stop right there, he says, and indeed you do need to go quickly here to avoid getting caught, but once you do, You're pretty much in the clear. Off limits. But no, Matthew really wants to join this bear hunt. This bear's killed before though, so we're not too keen on that. Mouse, however, says it killed a defenseless girl. Matthew can use a gun, I taught him myself. Just entirely uninformed ability, we have no, like... I've not seen anything of Matthew that would suggest this to actually be the case, but... Morgan doesn't want him to join, really. And eventually, well, that was easy. You got me here, so it's fine, even though, as you'll see, Matthew doesn't even get paired up with Nos, but rather with Cohen, who's also showing up. I think they're pretty much the only people who show up, just 4 people total. That seems like it'll go well for an operation like this. There's definitely something out there. Those four should stick together, but now we need to split up, cover more ground. Nos goes with Morgan. And we go with Matthew, and yet... Is it more dangerous if he doesn't have a gun? I would say at this point, yeah. But no, Cohen doesn't want him to have a gun either. Even though he will have a gun, presumably. As you can see. So how many guns is that between these 4 people? Get back here in half an hour. If you spot the bear, shoot, but don't kill it, unless you have to. Ideally, we should just be able to drive it away from the town, and yet... So Nas and Morgan are off to check the falls. I guess we're just going in whatever the opposite direction of that is. You see the bear, stay calm. Well, we're going into this with the idea that we're gonna be in danger, so yeah. I suppose one thing that I did turn off, there's one very slight change in my setup other than the ability to go back in time without having to just manage that manually myself. That other change being that there was like a freaking weird blur anti-alias thing going on, like some emulators have by default, which I don't understand why. Like, I see that sort of thing all the time in like GBA emulator videos, and it looks ugly as fuck, so I turned it off. It looks now more blocky and pixelated as it should be. I don't have time for sightseeing, he says, even though we're following him very closely as we can in this, you know, this fucked up world that this game takes place in, where laws of physics, geometry, and aesthetics don't really apply. But now we're feeling something. We don't find it fast we'll be the ones being hunted. So he says, and yet... Oh, at this point he's just like shrugging in place, so... We have to take the initiative and notice this line of tracks over here. Where's tracks? Must be the bear. So we are off to get a move on. Just following in the line of tracks like in The Shining, I guess. Using the tracks that are already there to hide our own. That seems like a very opportune strategy in this situation. And well, there's this big old tree that we found. This is where Kathy was found by Cohen. I found her. This place looked like a big altar. A ring of fire surrounded the tree with Kathy laid out in the center. Tracks link this way. And yet, he's just shrugging in place, very confused as to what we have to find, so we once again have to take the initiative and notice this, very prominent bear scratches, or whatever they are, claw marks. Probably were from when Kathy was attacked on the trunk itself. Don't know how that would have ended up on the trunk, but apparently a gunshot has been fired, possibly by the other 2 that are here. I wouldn't necessarily want to think about any other possible sources for that, do we? I'll try to keep that tree in sight, hopefully. Might come in handy in just a moment, but first we do need to go behind Cohen as he just kind of fumbles past all these trees and finds this. It's a fawn. Only been there a few minutes. Its neck is gone. And so is the rest of its head. Oh, but we found it. Oh, I think you can see for yourself what that was. Its head. And just smack Cohen out of the way. It's no King's Quest V moment, but it's at least an approximation. So yeah, the bear menacingly stands up and gives us a little bit of time to try to get unstuck from between these trees, which hopefully we continue to be able to be unstuck, because goddamn, we now have to flee from the bear and hopefully find our way back to the cabin, which we may be able to find if we can follow the path we took to just kind of eventually, oh shit, follow those tracks and not get stuck in trees. I believe we are at the cabin now, pretty much. There we go. It's kind of not too bad if you remain mindful of where to, like the route you took to get there in the first place, which kind of, you know, the game's pacing at that point implies you should be paying attention to. Oh, we got a shotgun but no shells, except they're right here. But it won't open. So, only one thing to do. It just makes a little more sense than it just being like in Terminator, where the shotgun shells are just lying out in the open like candy on the counter. But now we can do this. And even this, which will be QTE sequence in which you just shoot at the bear a very large number of times. Oh, it just kind of stays back. Well, if you were being shot that many times with a shotgun at that range, you would probably do the same thing if you were a bear. If not, just die by this point. Got it. I'm pretty sure that it's generally agreed upon that Dragon Slayer was like one of the first games to actually feature quick time events, and yet I think this is one of the first games to feature them in the same way that would be later used by Shenmue and Deadly Premonition. Fittingly enough, it's being like one specific aspect in which this game serves as a predecessor for those. Well, we're doing quite well so far. And I believe we may have just perfected that. There you go. Where we shot the bear about 50 times, it now lies dead, finally. 50 times with a shotgun at that. Inside a small building. Cohen did get swiped. Not just taking him to the hospital, his injuries weren't too bad. So we hear, but we did get swiped by a bear. Which I guess we assume is the same bear that attacked Kathy. Makes as much sense as anything. Kathy doesn't like the notion of having killed it, though, but... Oh, it's kill what we killed. Wasn't evil, but didn't deserve to die, neither did Kathy. This particular attack was survival, I guess. If he was trying to survive an attack, Kathy could have attacked him too. Well, who knows? Really have no way of knowing at this point. So let's check out our big game carcass here. There's something caught in its paw. A necklace. Isn't this the same design used by the Amai? Was this Kathy's or maybe Emma's? I believe Emma always hated necklaces, so where did it come from? Assuming that it was Kathy's before she got attacked by the bear. Or take that last pardon if it was Kathy's. Maybe we'll find out. But yeah, there we go. That may be the only thing we need to do here. Or the last thing we need to do here, I should say. Ticket to forest isn't off limits anymore. Put a deputy and guard ready for the public, but he'll let you pass, so we can hang around and loiter around the forest if we want. There you go. I guess nobody's gonna complain if we're hanging around the forest, probably. Then again, they might, who knows. And after all that, this guy was just standing here the whole time. How many did I have to go last night? I already need to go again. Forest is off limits, well, not anymore. You heard the news. But now let's go and check up on the situation with Cohen. I suppose we did hear that he was being taken to the hospital. And just as a precaution, I guess I will still occasionally take the opportunity to create a little bit more insurance of my own, assuming I see myself in a good situation, which now I do. Situation in which I am not in peril of being driven off the world. I don't quite remember how to get to the hospital, but I think it's this way. I probably should have looked at the map, but pretty sure the hospital is in this sort of general sort of northwest area, and we can actually get here a little bit ahead of time, like I believe I just have. We can get here up to like 7:59, but it's not open yet. But 1 minute later, it will be open, just like the somewhat ludicrously late opening times that some like mall areas have, where they don't open until 11 AM. It's like they don't want money. Here's Barbara one more time. I've met her like a couple times now. That smoker's voice of yours isn't exactly soothing. Well, you know, I was talking to a dainty little princess. Any cigarettes? Well, nope. Let me rephrase. Did you bring me cigarettes? Nope. You're as useless as a broken bedpan. Lived a lot longer than you, Sonny. Well, but I was also born way after you. Forget it, she's not worth my time. We're just ignoring her, but it's my birthday on the 28th, which is in a couple days. And it's also like the Saint Innocent's Day, which is like some places' version of April Fool's Day. Party starts that evening, make sure you stop by. Want to know about Emma and the stories of the old days? Don't see me on my birthday, but don't come empty-handed. Wink wink, so got a bit of an arrangement right now with her. Need to get what she wants within the next couple days. And while we're here, we'll also talk about, I guess we'll take the elevator up this time. And if we go to the store that's right behind the nurse's station, coming from the elevator, that should be Samuel's office. And if we talk to him, I'm pretty sure that's how we can check up on the situation here. Was it that bear who attacked Kathy? Kathy's wounds matched its claws, so I guess we have conclusively proven that that actually did happen. Can you tell from the bear if it attacked Emma? Checking its stomach contents, you think we'll find Emma's entire body in the bear's stomach? Well, bear didn't attack Emma. If it had, her dead body would have surfaced by now. Unless she... I mean, Kelly technically didn't die from the bear attack, did she? She died from the shock afterwards. Bear's body was given to Nos. Can't fathom how you leave that creepy was smirking at the bear's body. Well, I like something on survivalist stuff. I wonder if we're gonna be eating bear meat in the near future. Aren't you awestruck? You are, aren't you? And that's all he says at this point. Well, I am awestruck by a few different things, alright. One of which is... the very thing that we were told about many times, both the previous day, collectively the previous day, and this very day, before we even got to do anything. They're very insistent about, hey, don't forget to go to Kathy's funeral on the, in the morning, 9:30. It's actually gonna be quite a while before we get to that point, as you can kind of tell, so I might have to do a little bit of time manipulation of my own. As we'll see. Should work. I'm pretty sure I tried to do something similar and it just didn't work. Because of rather bizarre reasons to do with the way this is being rendered, but I believe I should have gotten away around that by now, and I don't know why I'm even getting in the car given that the cemetery is literally right behind the hospital. I wonder why. And here we are. We're parking right on the edge of the cemetery, and we made it. I guess something we could do, actually, is just fucking drive to the... I think we'll do that, actually. Probably be easier to do that. Goodness. Easier to go back to the center of town and take like a 1 hour nap and come back later. Hopefully not be late for the thing. I did create a bit of insurance, so I shouldn't have to worry about that at least. I think it should be perfectly viable to do this. Hopefully. It would be reasonably viable to do this. I am reasonably certain that this is the case. And as far as I'm concerned, that's good enough. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure at this point it's kind of unlikely that I will make it. Oh shit. Kind of unlikely that I will make it back to the cemetery by 9:30. If I skip ahead 1 hour, can't forget to pet the dog too. But we'll see what happens regardless, and if this does represent a problem, we will just bleep back in time a little bit in a controlled manner. Well, let's just rush out of here. And yeah, it is now 9:30. Well, it's not right now, but in a moment it will be. I wonder if we get there at like just a few minutes late, if we'll still be able to salvage it, or if it's missed. Because if it is missed, you know, they made a big enough deal out of that you know we can't just let that fly. But oh well. We're gonna be less than 10 minutes late, surely. Really won't be mad about that. Hold on, it's not this way. Well, I hope we're gonna be less than 10 minutes late. I'll be 20 more after a little mishap. Hello? Okay. Oh, exactly 10 minutes late. Let's see if we're gonna be able to do the thing. Hey, we're here. Here for Kathy's funeral. It's about to start soon. This is here too. Big turnout. Okay, so we didn't miss it. That's good. I mean, alternatively, you can just go to a cemetery and stand there for a long time. Watch a small contingent of people slowly show up. Oh Lord, we entrust Kathy unto your care that she be brought into your heavenly kingdom. Thus we do commit her body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Lord bless and keep her, the Lord lift his countenance upon her and give her peace. Amen. Well, that's over. Also, there's a girl we haven't seen before. Probably a friend of Kathy. We're thinking to interrogate her, but he's just calling Winona out for that. But Emma and Kathy were connected, I just know it can't bust this up, so... I'm sure she knew Emma as well, who knows. You were in Kathy's friends, were you? I hear from the one whose name we instinctively know is Loretta. The girl didn't have friends. Or anyone to trust. Not like we were close or anything, I just listened when she needed to vent. Better get going, I hate mornings, yeah. She was kind of side-eyeing the priest there. But stay away from that girl, she's a bad seed. Yes. They seem to know Kathy well. Whereas I knew they didn't know each other at all. And yet, he knew her name, Loretta. She lives around here somewhere. Well, there we go. Kathy got friends like you, maybe this never would have happened. Well, do you have anything to say? Let's carry on. Poor Sarah, I pray Emma safe. And... off goes Winona again. I think just walk by herself. Wonder if Sarah is feeling any better yet. I'm so worried about her, I need to think. I'm going to the park. I guess it pretty much does establish that we do, in fact, she does, in fact, consider the park as like her thinking place. And has the same treatment of it as Mike does of the bathroom. Also Hayburn and Lambda. Oops, didn't see her coming. Locked streams, so dual streams, let's go. All that. Alright, what am I doing now? I don't remember if I need to like hurry or not. I should probably try to figure that out. Oh god, there's like a freaking thing in my taskbar where if I hover over it, it just brings up a thing that blocks the whole screen. That's annoying. Alright, so let's head over to... yeah, we might have to do things a little bit quickly. Or do a few things a little bit quickly anyway. Maybe not too much so, or maybe just relatively so. It's weird, but... let's see. What do I think? I did do like a test run of this second day before. After yesterday's stream, and I was just like, yeah, let's do this and see if I can somehow manage this to get through this whole thing without needing to do the time travel thing, and I've almost managed, but right at the end there was a complication. And at that point I realized I didn't actually know how to use the time travel controls properly, so that ended up going poorly. So let's go to the diner on the second day, see what Lorraine has to say. Have you seen Mel? He's been acting all weird all morning, like he's on edge. But he's always on edge. Can't get a hold of Mel, he's probably just cruising the streets. Anyway, that's that. Well, let's get the daily special today, fried rice. Apparently it did change. Hopefully this fried rice is better prepared than the one that I tend to eat, which is like, unfortunately, quite soggy when I do get served it at home. I do like fried rice when it's made well, but it's not quite the same. So that is... actually, wait a minute. There's one more thing we can do in there that I completely forgot about. And there's just the shadow of Lorraine, as if to remind us of that. I'll just head back in, go through a couple more of these loading screens. Sit down again, which should be perfectly aligned to where we can just... oh, never mind. Apparently we need to do that regardless, but if we bring up the waste bag and the memo, we're staying at the motel, nope. Did not seek you out. Melroy doesn't know, I think he was staying there. Why would he need a new hotel room for? And at night? So yeah, kind of weird that she didn't know anything about that either, but doesn't really show her anything else, so there you go. So this whole thing with Mel and whatever crap he's involved in is gonna be kind of a question hanging over our heads for the time being. Let's see. Let's wait for this giant fucked up world to load up again. And just kinda dash across the street. We can talk to this guy, I guess, maybe. It's cold, no matter how cold it gets, I'll keep walking. Well, it'll probably help you get some circulation in your legs. But right now I need to walk across the street so that I can go over to Captain Noss's place. Which is our home base, but not quite. See if we're able to do this now. And there he is. Check your mailbox more often now that you get stuff out last time. Well, we were given a mission to bring cigarettes. Different brands of cigarettes are on display. Wilmington, Red Apple, and Blue in the Face. Barbara wants cigarettes for our birthday present, obviously. Crown is a lot of things, but subtle isn't one of them. Does she even care which kind? Who knows, but we'll go for the most alluring one. Blue in the Face. You start smoking that under my roof with these things that I'm selling in my shop. Is the stubborn old lady at the hospital deserve for her? Smokes like a chimney, alright. Hard not to feel for the poor woman. Oh, he knows something, but shouldn't be gossiping. It happened over 40 years ago after all. But he doesn't want to say any more than that. He will be able to hear it from her directly, but there you go. We managed to obtain cigarettes. Cigarettes aren't much good without a lighter, so we believe they're a textbook impulse buy. Well, a lighter, what for, could come in handy, but still doesn't want to sell us a lighter. So we just head off. Just gonna go check out something else to fill some of this time that needs to be filled. First we need to reclaim our car that just got parked in the middle of the road there and is now just an obstacle for people who are actually trying to drive down the streets. So let's see, let's bring up the map, let's go to the police station, I guess by, oh, okay, that was a weird maneuver that that guy did. Let's take the slightly unusual road that we can take to go to the police station, which is this way instead of taking the west road and going south from there. Instead we're going south first and then going west. I think the pudding that the Prime Minister... Okay, so... it does require me to snake around a little bit though. It's not quite as straightforward, but it works. Oop. And here comes a cop car. I wonder if they're stopping here? No, they're just passing through. Oh, here comes a cop car. They're stopping here, I think. And that's where Morgan is. Got the bear, but we can't rest easy yet. There's still too much we don't know. And there he goes. Let's get ahead of him. You can check out the bulletin board, I think. Be updated for the second day. Bear that attacked young woman found and killed today at 8:40 AM. The bear that attacked local team Kathy Flannery, 16, yesterday morning. Located and shot by the town's volunteer hunting party. Volunteer Cohen Strasbourg, 55, sustained minor injuries during the hunt and was hospitalized. Doctors say his condition is stable and he's expected to make his full recovery, so that's nice. We, the workers of Aston Farm, are lobbying for our company housing to be rebuilt. At present, these buildings have no running water and the power frequently goes out. They're not safe to live in. Please support us in petitioning company president Dennis Aston for acceptable living conditions. We demand to be heard. Sincerely, the workers of Aston Farm. So we've been hearing about that, and we can continue to hear about that until that whole thing gets resolved. We can look at the yellow pages again, but I think you just get like a repeat of what you see the first time. Didn't they find any clues about Emma? Guess not. Gotta hang around this station here. You're a real big game hunter, killing a bear all by yourself. Well, sorry for that, poor bear. I was just starving and trying to survive. You can't blame it for anything, except, you know, trying to kill people. But I feel like we could have just driven it deeper into the forest far away from town, but it was just kind of acting out of bloodthirst at that point. We can show her this one more time, just for the hell of it. What's this? 9 PM hotel. Matthew, what's this about? I'm a married woman. We can also show her the cigarettes, but I'm not gonna smoke these. I'm gonna turn myself in. Oh hey, maybe we can show these to this man's. Yeah, show them to everybody. Just have something to do with Emma's disappearance. What about, oh whoops, that's a notebook. That's not what I wanted to select. What about the cigarettes? Does he have anything to say about those? You're underage, you shouldn't have those. I'll pretend I didn't see those if you throw them away right now. Oh. And then he doesn't actually follow up on that, but oh well. Let's see. There's a couple of things we can look at, I think. As long as we're here. Just for the hell of it. I think we're gonna go into all these rooms eventually anyway, but this place is locked. I think we can try to go downstairs, which you can't really see that there are stairs there just because of the angle, but... Hey, what's up? Can't loiter here. Oh, I can do that if I want. I can also loiter inside one of those cells. What are you gonna do about that? Oh, and also the music stops when you come down here, I guess. That's a bit odd. Just a tad unusual. Somewhat unexpected. But yeah. I guess the only other thing that I don't really remember clearly about this place is this door. Is it just like a bathroom or something? Yeah, I guess so. I don't think you ever have any reason to come in here, but you can anyway. That's the sort of freedom you have in this world. What is this, like, one of these is the disabled toilet and the other one is the other toilet? I don't know. I can only see the toilets by going through, unless it's supposed to be like male and female, but I mean, it does seem to be the only bathroom in this place. It's oddly constructed. Alright, let's gotta move on. I don't think it's gonna take super long to get to the next place we're supposed to get to, but oh goodness. Speaking of goodness declarations, let me make another quick insurance here. Probably should have. I feel like it may be a little bit safer to do those insurance saves when you're like inside a building. I feel like the outdoors world is like the danger zone for everything just going to hell, but because it's the second day, I'm pretty sure we're not able to take the road that like goes directly from out the gas station to the church and the mountains, but that's alright. We have time. Time that we can use to do all sorts of things, like drive around and take a slightly different route. slightly different route before we get over to this road anyway, which is the only road we can take at time for going up the mountain. At this time, though, I'm pretty sure the roadblock does get removed at some point. I don't remember if it's on the third day or after that, but from that point on, that route should in fact be open, but in the meantime we do have to continue making use of this. It's a good thing our car... What? Okay, so fuel efficient. I think that was possibly Mel on the motorcycle, but I think his body loaded in well before the motorcycle did, so that looked very interesting. Alright, let's park right here. Maybe take a look inside the church. There could be something interesting going on there, or there could be nothing going on at all, but... yeah, that would clearly be the reason why I came all the way up here. To look at Jesus on the wall. And the child eternal rest. Please forgive the child of her sins and forgive me of mine. That's a reassuring thing to hear. I was confessing my sins to the Lord. Couldn't help but overhear. So by child you meant Kathy. Can you imagine? Of course. Humans live under the burden of our own sins. By dying she has been released from this burden and will never sin again. When I think of it that way, perhaps it was a blessing that she died. Yeah, that's a nice way of thinking. From birth until death we must choose our own way to live. Whether we live purely or we collect sins like scars in that child. Never mind. I'm gonna bring this up and then just cut you off, which will leave you with a very positive outlook of me. Humans are inherently sinful creatures. It's only through prayer that we can be cleansed. So he says, and here comes this guy. I'm off to church. I'm off to a specific part of church, I guess, because I am in church right now. And none still says that the answer to any problem lies in prayer. So, why did this guy come here? God, next year, please give me a girlfriend, a human one this time. Yeah. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. Anyway, that was very, very informative. I continue to have lots and lots of doubts about the priest's character. But now we must return to town. And well, I think you already know how this part goes, but in a way it's a bit of an exciting adventure whenever we have to do a long drive like this, just because you never know, the world might fall off its rails, its moorings at any moment, and we would have to then make use of the time travel experiment. But it's also entirely possible, I suppose. It seems to be completely chance-driven, not quite something you can really measure by conventional expectations, whether or not the world is going to break or not. Each time that you try and explore it. But we do seem to be doing mostly fine so far. I'm so confident in my abilities to potentially fix it if it breaks that I'm not even going to be shy about saying stuff that will potentially jinx it horribly. Seems like a good way to do things, but let's leave our car parked in the middle of the street again. As we're going to Nossa's place, because right around this time it should be having its break. This is something we just kind of have to know. I don't know if there's like a chance to do this in like a later time, but You have to do this before a certain amount of time passes. Now that he's not around, we can actually take a lighter and leave some money in the cash register, the perfect crime. Can't believe that he will... I mean, we can also do this at night, maybe, when, you know... I mean, someone could just come in here and shoplift if he just leaves the door open during the day. Like, presumably at night, the store is actually locked up, but... if he just goes and breaks and just leaves everything in place and doesn't have, like, anyone looking over it, then... that's an opportunity for actual perfect crimes. What's this dude doing? Looks really weird. Oh, that's a cap. I was gonna say, sheriff's apartment... circle, square, square, circle, Gruber Hospital, circle, triangle, circle, X. My skill is memorizing phone numbers. There's only 256 possible combinations of circle, X, triangle, and square, so figuring them out all out is like a puzzle. Watch, I'll do another one. Ringmall gas station, triangle, circle, circle, triangle. I'm pretty sure we know all these already. We can confirm it in the notebook. Yep. Actually doing? Yeah, we know this house is the gas station, so that's what that number is for. And now that we've shown off our own incredible knowledge matches that of this kid, there's like a bunch of things you can find out, I think, just by talking to random people on the street. May or may not be helpful. Just moved in, so I have to shop for supplies every day. Okay, that's not very helpful. That's like any Superman levels of unhelpful, but anyhow. Let's get back in the car. We're just doing everything very daringly, such as continuing to open up the menu on the map while in the car. And yeah, there goes another biker who may or may not be male, I just kind of assume, because I don't know if there even are any other biker characters who actually drive around like that in this game. That's just kind of the safe assumption. Let's go here. Back to another one of these places where it's, it's kind of weird how the thing works. The timing works relating to events in this place in particular. There's no one around, but we're going back to check on Emma's family again, I guess, even though we saw Steve at the police station earlier. And sure enough, looks like Sarah's answering now. Give her coming. I'm gonna gaze into you and then warp you to the side. So let's have a chat. Maybe by now she's calmed down. And she'll be able to speak a little bit more calmly about the entire situation. Kathy's funeral was earlier, it was a nice service. Heard about it from Steve. I begin to imagine how Father Barton must feel, praying for Emma's safety. Can't find any proof that Kathy and Emma were together that night. Emma's disappearance might not be connected to Kathy after all. We need to start from scratch and re-examine everything with fresh eyes. Can't leave any stone unturned, so it might finally be time to have a look at her room. I think I should take another look at it now that I've calmed down. And there we go. We now have the go-ahead. If we can navigate this house. And if we speed up a little bit, she speeds up along with us, just kind of glides. With that limited walking animation. So there's a few doors up here that we can go into, and there's like no clear indication really of which is which, but here's the bathroom. We can check the sink, which something's clogging the drain, and something being a ring. The initial eyes engraved on it. Could this have been Emma's? Well, let's show it to Sarah. Never seen it before. But she lets us take it. Ring with engraved eye. She doesn't have anything more to say about that. I don't know if we can actually go into any of these doors if they're not actually important. This one we can go into. The one that's back here we can't go into, so no, I guess you're kind of barred from interacting with the doors that are not actually the rooms that matter. Because this is Emma's room, which looks perfectly ordinary, as you can tell. Everyone's room looks like this. There's nothing weird about that. There's this very conspicuous kind of secret dresser drawer thing. A few things over here, and a vase with no flowers in it. The one thing that we focus on in this whole room, but there's something in the bottom of the vase after all. A key. Well, let's go ahead and grab it. Do you know what this key is for? Nope, don't think it's one of the house keys. I suppose you have any idea what it's for, do you? I feel like I've seen this type of key somewhere before. I wonder why. There wouldn't be any particular reason that I would know that for. That would be stupid to forget, would it? And she just keeps saying the same thing, so I'm pretty sure we're done here. So let us make ourselves scarce. And go do something else. Guess I better keep on trying to do the insurance here. Oh shit. The fuck? It's stuck to my mouse. I don't know why. Oh shit. That's not what I want to do. I don't think. Maybe. No, I think that was the correct key that I pressed. I don't know why it like showed that. But okay. Oh no, I can't believe the mystique is broken, even though it's like, wasn't even there in the first place. Fuck, where are we going actually? Guess we're leaving this place, going back to the sheriff's place, which we were at just a little while ago, but... yeah. Just continue on with the ever-expanding exploration of this world. Ever-continuing, I guess, might be a better way to put it. And accidentally running into the bridge. But going through some efforts to try and get it unstuck once that happens, because, yeah. Apparently this car really goes when it goes. I think there's something else we can do in the meantime, actually. Should probably do that right now. It's not super urgent to go over there, but as you might have noticed, our gas supply. We can just crash into other cars, but instead of crashing, we just actually get gently shoved to the side for a moment. It's a good thing too, because these things are... you know, these drivers are not very careful. Actually, wait a minute. Is this the place that I'm thinking of? Where I actually can find what I'm thinking of? No, not at all. Never mind. I thought the gas station may have been in this direction, but apparently I was entirely mistaken, so let's just trace our steps. I've accomplished the opposite of what I wanted to accomplish by taking that detour. But it is 1 PM, which is what I was waiting for. Here comes Winona, who is just gonna avoid us as we go here. Going to the sheriff's department for an update on the case. If I find anything out, I'll let you know. Yes, I know. I know I'm going to want to talk to you after you get there. Look, we'll use both of these doors to get inside at the same time. That's quite practical. Hey. Isn't there something I can do to help? So worried about Emma I can't sleep. Well, there might be something. I can show you all this. Do you have any idea what this key is for? It's a locker key, isn't it? Lockers at school. I knew I'd seen it somewhere before. Or for a weekend you already forgot everything about school. Mrs. Roland and I found it in Emma's room. Should check Emma's locker for clues, but... Actually, I'm gonna be busy for the rest of the day, so let's do it tomorrow, even though we could just do it right now. And we can also ask her about, well, pretty much everything we have. This ring was in Emma's house, clogging the sink. Could have been lost or hidden on purpose. Mrs. Roland said. She'd never seen it. There's the initial I engraved on it. Who could that be, I wonder? Don't know anyone whose name begins with an I. Maybe it's a group or a place. We don't really know. There's also the cigarettes. This will kill you if he finds out you're smoking, but... just like every single other time that we've been showing these to people, where it's like, no, no, no. And this note, 9 PM motel. Guess Mel had a room at the motel for some reason. Something fishy about that guy. He's been acting real weird since Emma went missing. What does this person have to say? So terrible, just awful, such a shock. Thank you, that was very informative. I don't know, maybe we can show this stuff to Mary Lou. Oh, they showed her the memo and the cigarettes. We can't show her the key, but we can show her the ring. Still the ring. I think this letter I must be someone's initial. Yeah, well, that's very helpful. Don't think we can find out much more than that right here. But at least we have a few more items that we can just kind of try to use to get people to look at them and get clues. So. Not only was this a predecessor to Shenhua Deadly Premonition, but also to Ace Attorney, as you can tell. 1-1 influence right there. Actually, hold on. I think the easiest way. We're going to the school next. Just way to get there's gonna be 2. Yeah, take this route. And not get stuck on the foreground geometry like that. But cut corners as much as possible. Nobody will notice me doing this. I mean, there doesn't seem to be anyone on the streets right now anyway, but... maybe there's people gawking from inside these houses, who knows. Oh, this might have been an unfortunate place to stop, but... I can run through the trees, I'm sure of it. Well, let's go to Mizzurna High School again. Or at least the one building that's open that is a library. And let's have a look around. Because who should be hanging out at the library except this guy? Whiling away your time in the library, this must be a sign of the end times. But I didn't take you for a bookworm. This dude who barely knows us and pretty much didn't speak to us until the previous day. He's like, yeah, this is weird, but we can show him the ring. What's this? Ever see Emma wearing this? No, I don't think so. There's the initial I on it, any idea what it means? No. Could be anything, so it's even more unhelpful than a lot of the other people here. Seriously, Matthew, a straight-laced young man like you smoking? I don't smoke, that's why I showed you these cigarettes. Let me show you my attorney's badge next, and also this. 9 PM motel. Find it in Mel's room. What would you need a motel room for? Ready to break in and entering, are we? Well, what sounds done? You should ask Clark at the front desk to show you the guest book. Which is, you know, an actual helpful suggestion, but I don't think we'll be doing that for a while, really. Because right now... we are... actually, we might just do that, because I think we have a little bit of time between... the next thing we have to do, that's... I don't know, a bit of an idea it would be. Let me try to make another insurance thing right here. That time it didn't bring up the weird matrix thing that apparently it does to keep track of save states, but... maybe we'll go do something else, actually. Gotta go to a place that's a wee bit remote. We have, like, just under an hour of time, I think, that we're supposed to kill. Just over an hour of time, actually, but... time actually does end up flying sort of quickly in this game at times, which actually turn out to be inopportune. But I suppose now we'll go to get more gas. There is a bit of a warning note in this next event that I'm gonna try to access. So I don't think we want to trigger it too early. Unfortunately, we don't have to worry about that. We just have to get over here and try to align ourselves the magical way that we need to be aligned to be able to get gas from this place. Ugh. There we go. Every single time the FS station. What does FS mean? Presumably the S is for service, but what about the F? Fuel service? I don't think I've seen that particular acronym before. Well, I don't know, there's a few places we can go. I guess as long as we're here we can check out the road here, which ostensibly would be a somewhat more convenient way to get up the mountain, but there's been a roadblock since the first day, which we didn't really look at, but we can look at it now, I guess. Well, bad for the folks living up in Cochran Peak, this road ain't gonna be clear for a while. Earth Morgan got plenty steamed up about this. His house is just up the road a ways. Understand how he feels, though. Well, we're making good progress. Hey, bro, how's the progress? It's like the, no way can we get this done by tomorrow, so he says. So maybe it won't be ready tomorrow. Maybe it will be ready on the 4th day, so it won't be quite a parallel to the road to Romani Ranch situation in Majora's Mask, say. But, well, let's be off. Let's actually get close to the next place we're supposed to go to. I guess we can maybe just kind of loiter around the town center for a while and see if there's any random nameless people we can talk to and get random tidbits of information. That could be not an entirely terrible way to spend, like, time that is pretty much gonna be killed. There's somebody. What do you have to say? It's cold no matter how cold it gets, I keep walking. Alright, well, there's somebody else over there, though. Does indeed keep walking, and he never stops. Gotta get home before dark. Alright, just coughing and choking. Wonder why he needs to get home before dark. Maybe he's a werewolf. Well, let's waddle through this giant, dense pool of polygons. Make our way back to the car and actually leave this place now. I feel like these roads are just closed. I guess I don't really know why. If you can kinda go past them, into them, and then they just go to like these piers going to the river. It's like, what's the point? I think that maybe there would be more bridges or something, but apparently no, they just exist for no good reason. Okay, I would like to be able to, yeah, there we go, to escape this little barrier that I've managed to somehow pass through in the past, so surely I can do so again. Alright, I think enough time has passed to where I won't need to wait too long once we actually get there, because it's not quite the time that I was waiting for yet. Oh, wait a minute, is that what I think it is? We can get out of the car and talk to Winona. Hey, where are you going? Worried about Sarah, she was so distraught yesterday. Maybe she's a little better today. Gotta go and see. Oh, we did meet with her earlier, and yeah, she does seem to be At least better enough to let us take a look at the room that she wouldn't let us take a look at on the first day. Well, let's go back into Polygon Haven here. It's almost the time I was waiting for. But it's never a good time to get stuck on the geometry. So what we will do now is loiter for a while. I think there is like something you can witness here sometimes. I've actually showed up too late to do that, but I think if you show up here at a certain time, or by a certain time, you can see a certain character leaving this place, but I guess we missed that. Oh well. The more important part is, now that it's 2:30 PM, we'll wait one more minute. We can check this out. Hey, Steve made it home. I'll tell you what's up. I'm here. Can I invite me in? There you go. I need to speak to you for a moment. Shall be going up to Emma's room. Just hanging out there. I want to thank you because of you, Sarah's doing much better. Swearing that she still refuses to leave the house. Isn't ever changing the subject, but did you know Kathy? We were around the church a few times, but we never spoke. Didn't really know her. I think she and Emma were acquainted. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Never saw the two of them together, though. I'm sure Emma would have mentioned it to either me or Winona if they were friends, so that's all still purely based on speculation, but I've seen that hooligan Mel with Kathy before. In front of the bar. I was shocked, to be honest. Didn't take her for the type to be out drinking at night. Didn't say anything of us her age once. I know what it's like, but maybe I should have. Perhaps Emma and Kathy were more alike than I thought, and yet we still have no idea. Oh. Bit of an odd yelp coming from that room. All of a sudden. One question replaced by another, and now the police have shown up. Please calm down now again. Maybe she saw someone crawling up from behind the couch. There's no signs of forced entry in Emma's room, though. And apparently Sarah's seeing things, so she believes that someone broke into the room. Someone broke into Emma's room, didn't get a good look at him, but apparently it happened while she was up there. Yet her own recollection of that is really vague. By the way she's describing it. Sure enough, when I looked in, the window was open just barely. Anything missing? Well, I don't know. I don't really know what it usually looks like, but apparently it looks like a giant bleached room. I believe a high schooler is taking this more seriously than the damn sheriff. Well, so let's go take a look again. We can also talk to the other people that are here. How terrifying. Must have something to do with Emma. But Steve has nothing to say. Just like, what you talking about, Matthew? Well, let's go up and take a look. Surely there's nothing that could have gone wrong. I'm sure it was just a giant, unfortunate vision. With nothing to it, really. But has the very conspicuously now open desk drawer. Wasn't this desk closed shut before? Yes, it was. Anything missing? Well, we can just repeat the dialogue, I guess, if you get the same button, but if you actually look, it's empty. But that drawer is always locked. And apparently her diary was in there. Remember, because I was trying to open it and Emma got furious at me. Her diary was stolen. I mean, Morgan was here already, but I guess nobody had a look up there except the police. Maybe he'll take you more seriously, but who would want her diary? We don't know. But we have gained that bit of information that there's a new crucial bit of evidence which is now missing. It's been taken. So let's get out of here, I guess. Got a few more places we ought to go, I reckon. And now there's a crowd of people just gawking outside here. Hey, it's one of the people who was one of the nameless bystanders. We haven't met that one yet, but we have seen the picture we saw this woman at the funeral. There was a break-in at the Roland's house, so Old Man Perry really did see the burglar. Perry was raving about it earlier, said he saw someone climbing out of the Roland's second floor window. But he's half senile, he's always spewing some kind of nonsense. Where does he live? Just behind the Roland's house, but he usually spends his time at the park. This town has gone to hell recently, so... yeah, we ought to follow up on that, surely. Let's go ahead and get the 411 where we can find that guy. He's at the park, so it's past the station, crossing the bridge. Once we get out of here. And yeah, I'm sure it will be a bountiful bit of information that we get from looking into this. Oh goodness. So let's have a look at the road, mostly. And here we are. Somebody else parked outside the park. Parked in 2 rows next to each other outside the park. That seems impractical. But he'll be here. Alright, let's have a look. Who's here? Hey, it's the same guy who was praying at the church earlier. So-called you could catch your death, as my mom used to say. And yet I'm just gonna be sitting right here. Not really doing much of anything to stave off this thing that I'm complaining about. I feel so useless, wish I was stronger. Any context for that? Nope, he's just gonna mope to himself. When we provoke him, there's this weird clock, which we can't even examine or anything. It just seems like a really weird design to me, but... here's this man's, Old Man Perry. Who doesn't hear us, but eventually. Heard you saw someone climbing out of the Roland's window. Saw him too. Didn't know you remember what he looked like quite clearly. And what would that be? Couldn't miss him. He was dressed like that guy from that slasher movie. What was it called? You know, the one where the killer had a big machete or a mask. A hockey mask, yeah, it's a pretty famous movie. Jason, he was a spitting image of Jason, wasn't he? I gotta say that even though they don't name the movie. Said I didn't see him. Jason must live in the Roland's house, hiding inside the walls, maybe. Crack the case, mystery solved. Let's get hungry though. See Jason's motorcycle outside the diner all the time. Well, we can get to decipher that. A little bit as to what that actually signifies, but now it just says, haha. Jason's motorcycle. Well, that was very informative. Speaking of Jason's motorcycle, actually I don't think we're gonna have to do anything relative to that after all, like right now, but... Let's look into a little something else. We were told, I think, a while ago that apparently the teacher that we can find like pretty much all the time in the high school library isn't, or wasn't, Emma's. Well, I guess isn't if we presume that Emma's still around. Wasn't Emma's homeroom teacher? I still don't know what homeroom is, honestly. I feel like that's one of those things that gets talked about a lot in like the US schooling system, but I don't think we had anything that was like actually equivalent to that. Every single time that I went to school, like each class was its own thing. And when I was in high school, it was the same way. Each class was its own thing. Still have no idea what that actually is, but we were told that she had a different teacher who's like apparently not present all the time, but she should be present now. Let's see. Well, let's get stuck in the corner for a moment. Let's see. Well, we haven't met this person before. You know that's Liz over there, and I guess we'll talk to her in a minute, but first let's talk to Miss Holly. Are you Kathy? Oh, not Emma, Kathy. Kathy's homeroom teacher. Matthew Williams. I'd like to ask you some questions about Kathy, if that's alright. You weren't her boyfriend, were you? No, it couldn't be. Oh my, well... yeah, sure, let's go with that. What kind of girl was Kathy? I'm gonna ask you, even though... I'm gonna ask you that as an immediate follow-up to, yeah, I'm totally her boyfriend. Sure she had anyone you could call a friend, never once saw her making small talk with anyone. She isolated herself like she was staying alone on purpose. Tried to talk to her, told her she ought to make friends, that it would be good for her. You know what she said? The only friends I need are my father and the Lord. That's kind of creepy, but she didn't sound like she believed it, like she was trying to convince herself, not me. But Kathy was always alone at school. One day she joined the full moon dance planning committee out of the blue. That party that happened back at the start of December. I was shocked, of course, but I was all for it. Where did that go? Well, apparently not. She quit the committee soon after joining. After that, she went back to her usual lonely self. Some kids just can't change. Wonder what possessed her to join it all. Still don't understand her. How can we find this out? She may have been strange, but she never hurt anybody. And also she just teleports, while remaining at the sitting position if you try to talk to her from a different angle. Not sure what happened to her. If you discover anything, let me know. Well, we'll see. We'll see right now, as a matter of fact, because, well, we can kind of look into that right now, but apparently Liz has nothing to say. It's good to know. What if you notice this bulletin board over here? I don't think there's anything on the left side that we actually care about, nope. But if you look at this thing right here, by coincidence it's the poster for the full moon dance they had at the start of the month. Why hasn't anyone taken it down yet? Well, it's actually quite convenient for us because I want to volunteer called the party planning committee at Circle X Square. So why don't we give that a try? So, who's this? Are you on the party planning committee? On this month? Yep. Was Kathy also a member? Kathy Flannery. She joined, but she wasn't much help. You could say I'm a friend of hers. You're gonna open up anyway. She never did anything when I asked her why she even joined. What she said? Just doing this to piss off my father. Well, her dad thinks a dance party on a full moon is devil worship. I said it's because there's a mural in the basement of the church showing Satan praying to the full moon. Which is, yeah, it's kind of out of nowhere, but now we know that. Big surprise, but she was a tough nut to crack. And I think that's all we can get out of that person ever. Try to ring again, and there's no answer that time. So I don't think we can really, I don't think we can actually follow up on that with teachers in here, but I guess we'll give it a try. Not sure what happened to her. If you discover anything, will be discovered. A little bit of a detail that we didn't know a couple of minutes ago from that phone call, but apparently they don't want to hear it, so let's just get out of here. Off we go into the great beyond of just not being here. I think we actually have a little bit of extra time to kill right now as well. We can goof off for a while. Just a little bit of time though. Enough to go like take a 1 hour nap and do a save. Yeah, just a little bit of time. You can hang around the town center and try to find strange people to talk to, I guess. You can talk to this guy. Does he say anything? You can't go into the main school building, the library's open though, that's all he says. Okay. Well, I hope they pay him well for standing out here in the snow. In, you know, at Christmas time and the end of the year. Because I know how everyone always shares the take that schools have great funding. I'm sure he gets paid beautifully. Anyway, do I want to get some extra gas? I guess we can get some extra gas. It's gonna be like something that we're gonna repeat, but like what else am I gonna be doing with this extra time? We have to wait until like 5:30, I think. Apparently Matthew has great funding because he never runs out of money for gas or food. I mean, I don't know, this is supposed to be a contemporary, I'm pretty sure, to when the game was released. It does say that in the intro. So this is December, this is Christmas 1998. That's the setting for this. Maybe the gas prices were way better at that point. Alright, there we go. And now we actually do just kind of hang out in the center of town for a little while. There's this steakhouse. We haven't really been looking at like the other places other than where we've been stopping at, but we can look up here and that does say steakhouse, yeah. Jeff something? Jeff? Elwood? I don't even know. Jeff Brown? I guess maybe it says that. Jeff Brown's... See, it's spelled correctly there. It's steakhouse in the actual building, but then it's steakhouse on the sign up there. It's weird. Maybe it's a perk. Maybe it's like, you know, when David Lynch was filming in a street corner with a cow. And there's just like, why the hell are you doing this? And he's like, well, we're doing this in a shoestring thing, so we need to get attention, and this is how you get attention. Maybe that's completely intentional. Yeah, well, I don't know. I think we need to wait a little bit longer than 5:30 because we have to like specifically wait for somebody to show up here. Wish somebody else would show up on the street here, so I can at least get some extra dialogue out of this, but guess it's guess nobody likes to hang around the town center at 5:30 p.m. on the winter. Let's check over there. Oh, I think he, yeah. Oh, Winona's here too. I didn't even realize she would be passing through, but motorcycle guys who we were waiting for. Wonder who the burglar is. Oh gee, I don't know. Certainly haven't been given any descriptions of any suspicious people that might have just walked into this diner, for example. Absolutely not, you crazy. It's the only way. Can't be serious. I'll come back later, just think about it. Well, off he goes. Well, what's that about? Oh, but she doesn't want to talk about it. He seemed angrier than usual and saying something. Well, she's just rushing to get behind the counter again after that little episode. Well, let's get some food while we're here, why not? Get some extra rice. Let's get some chicken, which is more expensive than everything else, I guess. It'll take me a minute to fire up the deep fryer, as you can tell by me giving this to you immediately. Oh, that was exciting. Can we talk to you about, oh yeah, other stuff. There was a break-in at Emma's. Was anything taken? Apparently Emma's diary was missing. We know that much now. Who would want that? I'm wondering the same thing. Maybe it's linked to her disappearance. So we really have to find out what was up with that, and I'm pretty sure we just get another opportunity to get Dennis's phone number here. Mr. Aston is being a real ass. This number again? It's that. I'll give him a moment's peace, but I'm pretty sure we have it already, so it's not like super important. But we can join their bombardment protest thing again. If we feel like it. All the difference, that's kind of... Hello, Mel, you're not? I thought he was home, but he must be still out on that motorbike. What's been ringing for ages? So annoying. Would want to talk to him that badly. Yeah, that's how he's interpreting that. See, as long as I'm here, let me see if I sit down here again. Can I show her the stuff I'm carrying in my bag? Or do I need to... Oh. Need to, like, call her over to me, even though she's literally in the exact same spot. And she needs to be... Hey, check it out. Mel just keeps digging himself a deeper hole. Check out these cigarettes. Yikes, Matthew, you smoke. Oh, these are a present. Do you smoke? Sometimes when Mel pisses me off for stress relief. You don't like girls who smoke? It's your prerogative, but if you smoke too much, you might end up like some old ladies I could mention. I think you know who I mean. Also, don't smoke. It's disgusting, but... What's this ring? I've seen the same ring design before. One of our customers was wearing it. It's got a letter engraved on, right? Remember it because it was kind of unusual. That ring have a letter I on it as well. Also, the music's back on. I don't think it was an I, but you know, I didn't like that customer, kind of creepy. So apparently a creepy customer came in here with a same design on a ring, but not the same letter. Go figure. Can only try to figure what that's all about. Alright, let's click that, and let's have another little detour before we have a little bit of actual time to kill. I don't think we've run into the broken world yet. You know, providentially enough, if not falling off the fabric of the world quite yet, but we are almost to the point where I managed to only get so far into this second day, when I was doing like the test run of this before. We are coming up on the point, which is like the very last action you need to perform on the second day, I believe. Where I was not expecting everything to break at that point, but that is when it did. But right now we're just gonna have a little bit of a pit stop at the sheriff's place. Let's go talk to old Morgan again, as we can see Hudson through the wall for a moment. It's the nature of this place, it's quite unique. I think if you talk to Hudson, he doesn't even say anything different or significant. Just like, hey, be careful, don't go out at night here. It's not safe right now. There may be someone out there choking people. How about the necklace from the bear's body? Was it Kathy's? Apparently Father Barton gave it to her. According to him, she gave it to someone else. He doesn't know who, then how did the bear get it? Kathy must have gotten it back, then the bear got the necklace caught in its claws when it attacked her. It's the only theory that makes sense, unless, of course, the other person was Emma. Assuming that she was present at the scene of the crime as well. It could also be the case. Well, and I suppose we're not making any assumptions right now, so let's see. Let's head back to our home base so that we can actually save and pass a little bit of time, because there is one other thing that we were told about. There is a certain thing that we were told about, I don't remember exactly when, but that was gonna happen. At a certain location at 9:30 PM tonight, so we're gonna go and ready up for that. I might even take the risk of trying to get there a little bit late. Because I think it's going to be preferable to getting there early and having to just kind of loiter around, because I feel like anytime we have to loiter around and stay in one place for an extended period of time, especially if that place is outside in the main overworld here, does run a bit of a risk. When it comes to the stability of things, let's see. I'm gonna try to pull this off though. This little top tier strategy that I have in mind. Let's take a 1 hour nap, and I'm gonna take a few of these actually. The first one we're not gonna save, but in the second one we are gonna save, because it's kind of like the safe zone. Save to the same file that we've been saving to, file A on memory card 1. Which is the only memory card we have for this. And there we go. And now we're gonna turn around and take another nap. But this time we're not gonna save, because we're now in the in-between limbo of not being entirely certain if we're in the safe zone of being able to trigger the next event or not. But let's bet the doggo for good luck, and ooh. And try to get on the car. You know, if we can load back into the world, that will be a good sign, I think. So we're off to the cemetery now. We do need to turn around, and it shouldn't be hard to figure out the best way to get there after we've done so. Yeah, I think we will get there in time for what I have in mind, which is nice. So I do believe that getting to the cemetery was the point where the world just broke during the previous trial run I did, but whoops, trying to get relate to my fancy new time traveling setup though. So hopefully I won't have to make use of it this time. Hopefully I'll just get lucky, but I guess we'll see. Well, we did get here by 9:30, what do you know, unless we're about to like get snagged on something else and not actually get there before 9:30. But no, I believe we have, and there's Mel. Need a place to hide. But we don't have to figure that out ourselves, because I don't know what that place would be. Nope. Does it automatically? actually stand behind this obelisk thing. Right on time. Did you hear someone broke into Emma's house? No need to worry about Emma, so no big deal, I guess. Drag me out here, just tell me shit I already know. Well, both know why you're here. The money, well, when you gonna pay it back? Time's running out. Tomorrow around noon I'll be coming into some major cash. You got a gold mine somewhere I don't know about? Well, what do you care? We'll have the money tomorrow and then we're done, right? Get the cash, I don't care how. But you better have it tomorrow, boss won't wait any longer. He ain't as lenient as I am, can't guarantee what might happen to you. So yeah, Mel's in a really good position as we tell, and he's up to something. I'm looking forward to it. Apparently tomorrow at around noon something really interesting is gonna happen. How are we gonna see it? He's gonna shake his fist at that guy. And then just head off in a smaller bike again. And now we're pretty much just free to muck about and do whatever it is we will for the rest of the day, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, well, I mean, the fact that we were able to get to the end of that scene and also not have the game break before we did so, I feel like that might be one of the things that may end up causing the game to break, is if we stay in like one place in the overworld for an extended period of time. Or which makes the game more likely to break anyway. I don't know, I feel like I got really unlucky with that yesterday though, but at least now I have the safety net. Ooh. Let's see, I believe that if we stop by the diner again at this point, we can see this phantom bike. Oh, there he is. I guess he took a different route to get in the diner. Oh hey, hold on, isn't that, I think that's Lorraine actually, that's like her street clothes. Yep, going to have a drink at the bar. Call these like this, make me want a drink. I believe, yeah, that smell going into the diner again, even after Lorraine has left, even though she's supposed to be the one in charge, or apparently is. We're close, now it's too late. But we can listen in anyway. You're really going through with this? What's the worst that could happen? Town's nothing but rednecks and dumbasses. You're insured, it's a win-win. All you gotta do is keep everybody calm, no heroes, you got it. Okay, so I think that's supposed to be like Mel and Lorraine talking to each other, even though we literally just saw Lorraine leaving. It's gonna be fine. Come here, it'll be okay. So yeah, I sure do wonder what's gonna happen tomorrow at midday. And there's his bike. Hearing about a shady guy with a bike, I sure do wonder what who that could be every single time. I believe the bar is this way, and it's quite late, so we should be able to just go in whenever we show up. Actually, I believe there's something we may have been able to do outside, but oh well. Can we talk to anybody in here that's not the same people we talked to before? Well, there's the woman with like the blue jacket, so that's what we gotta start to recognize. Some of these generic NPCs. This guy doesn't want to talk. This dude, well, James. Kathy was in and out of this place a lot. Maybe Emma and Kathy struck up a friendship here. Well, there was something going on with Emma, at least from what we hear. And this place. I say anything lovely bars or any bars like this anymore in my hometown. Place has a slightly creepy feel though. So same comment that he made when he was in here the previous night. Can we get on one of these stools? Yeah. Hey, bar guy. I want to talk about something. Maybe. Okay, I guess we were stopped from doing things for a while. Oh, goodness. There's a girl who knew Kathy. She comes here to drink sometimes, but she's not here. Tonight. Who knows when she'll show up again? I guess we assume she's talking about Emma. Or he's talking about Emma. Well, we can try and fail to order beer again. No alcohol for you. We can show him onto this stuff. What's with that? Would someone rent a hotel room in the time they live in? Probably for something dodgy. Use your imagination. Oh, and there's Lorraine. I guess the other dude left so that she could take a seat. Hey, check it out. What with the smokes? You're giving this to me? Blue in the face? I don't touch that brand. What's the difference? There's a huge difference. Only old farts and has-beens smoke those. Oh, at this point I'm willing to say whatever, but... What's with the ring? Found it in Emma's room. Know anything about it? Not yet. All the better, you shouldn't get involved. Oh boy. Don't go around flashing it at people. How do I put this? People who wear that ring are bad news. They come in here and pick fights, rile folks up. Don't know much about it, but it seems like a gang symbol they used to identify each other. And yet that ring was in Emma's house, clogging the sink. Go figure. Come to see Isabella. Her bodyguard is pretty strict. I doubt you'll get the chance. If you're dead set on it, your best bet is to catch her on her way home. In or leave the bar through the back entrance at 12:30 AM. Well, I don't think we're gonna be doing that right now, but... Yep, she does give us that bit of information. If you wanna stalk this Isabella, who I'm pretty sure this is the first time that we're hearing about her, that's how you do it. Can I talk to this guy? Isn't this the same dude who's like, I gotta get home before dark and yet he's here now? Would wager that it is. We can go outside because I think we can actually find somebody else. I completely forgot about before, outside the bar, that we will be going back in. Yep, here we are. Here's the priest just hanging around here. About the necklace the bear had, did you give it to Kathy? Yes, I did. Isn't it a Mahi artifact? Wouldn't know, I found it in the church basement after I first took over as pastor. Kathy took a shine to it, so I gave it to her, but it only brought her misery. It was worn by that fiend. It's an ugly part of our history best left unsaid. Still, Kathy always wore it. She said she gave it to someone who needed it more than her, but if the bear had it, she must have somehow been wearing it that night, unless whoever she gave it to was wearing it instead, as I've been saying, but... I expect to see a boy like you in a place like this go home like you. So he's just hanging out near the bar to be like, no, I need to stop all these people from congregating in this den of iniquity. Alright. There are some pretty cool tunes in this place, at least. Oh, and there's, I'm sure this is the bodyguard that they meant. Says nothing, but we do get a glimpse of a certain somebody when the camera just warps like that. I guess now we're just gonna hang around and take a look at the cougar sign, maybe. I don't think we can really interact with anything. There's like a pinball machine. I don't know if it's supposed to say anything in particular, just like... something wabel? I can't even begin to imagine what it's supposed to say. With how pixely it is, but, you know, that's what gives it character. I've seen the Corolado sign and the Discovery sign, that's both over on that wall and on that wall, both. There's the beer sign, just a fucking literal beer. We can go in here maybe? Yeah, this is where the toilets are. I don't think there's much of a point, but... well, that one says man, you can actually make that out, but I wonder if it even says it on the other side. Hey Matthew, you wanna just use the toilet at a bar? At this shady dive on the edge of town. Or like nestled in between parts of the town. Yeah, it does say women actually, never mind. Couldn't even make that out before. Alright, let's see. I don't think James or anyone is gonna have anything here to say. So let's hang around for just a few minutes. I believe something will happen in just a moment here. But we'll just wait for it right here in anticipation. A bit of a fidget to show that anticipation. Ah. Here comes this woman with silver hair and yet a pretty youthful appearance. And here's the dude that was just hanging out by the pinball machine. Thank you for being here at Club Wolves tonight. Isabella. Deepest apologies, but I'm afraid I can't perform tonight. What? Apparently everyone's just up in an uproar about that. Very sorry I have some personal business to attend to. Oh well, give her a nice applause anyway. You'll be able to sing again tomorrow night, please forgive me. Come again tomorrow, I guess this one guy says. And there she goes. Back into that room while this guy just stands in front of the door. Just gonna be hanging out in that room, pretending to personal business. Don't know if anyone else is gonna say anything different. What about this guy? Like, evidently quite excited to see her, but he still says don't look at me and that's it. This man's just continues to be silent, but I guess you can no longer see her through the gap in the world. Hey, what's your face, Lorraine? Still says the same thing. Wonder if Wolf says anything different. I get the feeling he won't, but... well, let's see. There's a girl who knew Kathy. She comes here to drink sometimes, but she's not here tonight. Oh, maybe he's not talking about Emma, but rather the one we met at the funeral. What's her name? Loretta. That might just be it. Well, other than just telling us that apparently this ring that we found in Emma's house is some kind of evil gang sign. Didn't really learn all that much that was new, but we did catch a glimpse of a certain new character, so now we can almost call it a day. But there is one other thing that we should be able to check out with the setup I have right now, I believe, with any luck. Should be just a matter of going over there and doing the thing. Right now we're at the bar, and if we want to go to the park, we can just on the other direction and go straight down that road until we get there. Alright, I guess we'll do that. Also, save state or insurance, as always. But we're going to the park again. I honestly don't remember if there's like if we've managed to catch a glimpse of any clear indication that we can do this, but we can do this. We can head over to the park even though we've not received a call or anything like that. Like, you know, that was our motivation for going to the park the previous day, the previous night. Because we know that's like, I'm gonna sneak out of my curfew and just hang out at the park by myself. Fucking 10 p.m. at night. But Matthew, I need you to come here, and we need to talk. But now we have an entirely different reason to want to check that out, which is actually related to one of the leads that we checked in on during the day's investigation, though. And it's 11 p.m. Well, what are you doing here? Can I help you? Nope. I wonder if I can help you. Hey, speaking of Winona, I think that might be her coming down the steps right now. She's kind of facing through the visible stuff because that's just how the layering is done with characters that are technically not on the screen, but... What are you doing here? I'm just facing Matthew. I think we should head home. Well, I guess she's going to. She's just hanging out at the park at the same time that's presumably way past her curfew still, 2 days in a row. She's just gonna head on home now, but we're gonna be hanging around here just a little while longer because this guy's still here. Do you know who I am, Sonny? You're old man Perry, clearly. Now you're ready. Host of challengers awaits you by the junkyard. Will you fight? Yeah, we do have a second controller. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I do believe. I'm actually gonna take a look at that real quick. Just to ensure that I can actually do this properly. Okay, the second controller is... What are these? Wait, what? It's alright. Okay. Press circle to pick your brawler, plug in a second controller. This mode can only be exited by completing a match. So if you pick this mode without having a second controller, you're kind of a host. But yeah, this is like the secret mode where you can play as any character you want for the fighting mode. Any character, no matter who it is, no matter if you've seen that character or if that character is in any way significant to the story or not. Well, I think we have to pick the nun. But for the other character, we will pick somebody else, like... It's gonna be a match of the nun against... could be James, could be Hudson, could be Mary Lou. Could be that guy, like the deputy guard in the forest, I think. Could be Steve, or that guy, or... or could be Winona. Or Sarah. Or Liz. It can be anyone, you see. Or Lorraine. Or Lorraine in her street clothes. Or Isabella, who we just met tonight. Or it could be Barbara. I think we had better make it Barbara. This will be the most interesting match we can possibly witness. Now what if Barbara wants to attack? I think we need to make her, you know, do the thing. Okay, she can apparently do the long kick by doing telekinesis, as you can see. Let's see. And that's a punch. I figure. Let's see what kind of moves the nun has. It's probably just like the same thing. Really, just an extension of the same thing. Apparently, standing circle is a big punch. Unless it's supposed to be like forward circle. I don't know, the standing kick and forward kick seems to be the same thing, but now let's just have the nun abuse poor Barbara until she falls over into the abyss. Let's not play again though. Just gotta show that off. Well, I'm pretty sure that's entirely possible to do whenever you want. I think I might as well make a save state for this. Just like a dedicated one. As soon as we load back into the thing, assuming that we are able to load back into the thing. We might not be able to load back into the thing. But that just means... Oh, no, never mind. Spoke too soon, right. Let me make a dedicated save state, as I said. Fuck, I don't know. There. And as you can see, it's MF Perry, which is one of the best possible descriptors, one of the best labels I could put on this, I think. So that's it. And now let's go ahead and get some rest. Not quite in RL quite yet. We're not entitled to that entirely at this point. I think we got another day's worth of progression left in us for this stream, but we are gonna go to that day now in the game. I did panic a little bit though, because I didn't remember what was supposed to happen after you do the freaking Old Man Perry minigame where you... Well, you saw what happened. Fight it with any character you want. Hopefully not the doggo though. No one wants to see doggos getting hurt. Alright, so let's just have a nice rest. We're supposed to be up at 7:30 the following day. Let's have 5 hours snooze first. And save to memory card. And it is now what time? 4:25. We got like another couple hours we can take to rest. I'm pretty sure if you go down, like, if you go outside between like, what is it? Between midnight and like 6 AM, there's no music at all. That's not very nice. Oh, goodness. But it's 6 AM, so up and at 'em we go. One more time. Have a nice post-sleep dog pet. Don't believe the roadblock between here and the church will be gone by now. We can go and confirm it. I get the feeling that based on what they said when we went to check on that before, it won't actually be gone yet. Let's see here. Let's check the map just to make sure where that we're actually headed in the right direction there. Yeah. For that, well, I guess what we can do anyways. If we're heading in that direction, we can grab some extra gas, which I could have done before I came home before, but I didn't because I am. It didn't occur to me at the time. Oh shit! Well, it's time to travel back in time for a moment. Oh god, I guess we are overriding file A. This is a bit of an unfortunate time to do this, but to load back into what I guess we're doing the save. I guess we're gonna have to do this manually again, because when we do travel back in time, we travel back in time 2 minutes. And we're just gonna be redoing what we did within the past 2 minutes. Maybe even do it a little bit faster, who knows. Well, 2 minutes or up to 2 minutes, I guess I should say. Let's pet the dog. And before we head outside of this little enclosure here, I'll make a manual one of these. Part of the freaking roof graphics from my shed overlaps the foreground. And hopefully this time I'll be able to actually get over to, you know, the place without without the world just falling away. That's our goal. Whenever we see the world falling away, we must recall. So yeah, it doesn't look like the roadblock is gone yet. As a matter of fact, we're almost done. Should be finished today. A pile of rocks ain't a thing for us. What's the top speed on that car? Usually go a max of 80 kilometers per hour. Takes about half an hour to get up that hill, huh? Once we get this rotary open, you'll be able to make it in 12 minutes. Well, that's assuming that you maintain that speed the entire way. Work should be done by the end of the day. Today's the last day, huh? Brr. Brogo brr. As some people would say, I'm sure. I said today's the last day, right? The moon's gonna crash into Termina. What he said, alright. I say it should be done today, as in by the end of the day, so during the progression of the day. At some point during the days when that thing will be gone. It's weird, I don't know, but let's get some gas. As you might have guessed from the fact that I went this way, we do need to go to church at this point. Go to the church. Full service, right? A full service meeting, literally just fill up the car. And yeah, we just kind of waver on the edge of 80 kilometers per hour. I haven't even really been paying attention to that, but this time we're gonna be a little bit adventurous, and instead of taking the road that takes us back to the center of town, we'll take the road that snakes around and goes in front of the bar to get up the mountain again. Guess I'll try to keep the roadblock in mind, because I do want to find out exactly when it disappears. I'm not quite sure at this point. But it does disappear, that's for certain. And not only will we be able to get up the mountain road significantly faster, but also we'll be able to, you know, reduce the amount of time that we spend on the overworld and reduce the risk of the world just exploding in itself. So that's nice. Alright, I heard 3 bells from the church. I guess they're not gonna ring it 7 times. Even though it is 7. Well, here we are. Showed up a little early. We're supposed to go in at 7:30, I think. I don't know if we're supposed to wait. Actually, this might be entirely optional as well. Hold on. It occurs to me. Didn't even check that. Oh well. It's not terribly important. Hey, Nun. Why did you beat up a woman in a wheelchair last night? We noticed how the souls of today's young are so corrupt. They should follow the righteous path. Is that all you have to say, by the way? I didn't even check, even though it's kind of the same. The only reason I came here in the first place was to freaking get that. No other reason, according to my little notes here, why you might want to come to the church at this point is if you didn't get the dialogue from Barton about the necklace by going to the bar the previous night. You can get it at this point, but I'm pretty sure that that dialogue is entirely optional anyway, so it's just for flavor. So let's leave this place just as quickly as we came in, which is not very quickly at all because of how long the road is, but Perhaps this will allow me to check on a few more things on the way to the next thing, which isn't until like an hour from now. In-game. Wonder if there's anything else I should even try to do. Probably not. Well, we did show what's-her-face. We did show Winona the key the previous day, and she's like, yeah, that's her locker key. That we found in Emma's house. Maybe we'll be able to find some clues if we check out her locker at school. And then she's like, no, oops, I'm sorry, but I'm busy for the rest of today. We'll have to go tomorrow. And now she actually will take you up on that, or she can take care of on that, rather. I don't think it's terribly clear where you can find her to do that at the earliest opportunity, but actually, I think I'm gonna turn around here just so I can take the bar over again and top up and gas again. For no particular reason other than paranoia and extra time and gas not having a cost. It makes sense. Oh wait, there's someone running over here. What's up with that? Run like this every morning? Oh, okay. Come up to her and say, why are you running? And that's what she comes up with. Run like this every morning through the snow on these very remote small town back streets. By myself, and I'm perfectly fine. You know, go figure. Alright, let's stop by the gas station again. As I said. Will help me kill a little bit of time, like I said, between now and next task when that's supposed to happen. And you can't forget there's something very special that's supposed to happen at the diner at midday today. Gonna be seeing that for sure. And yeah, we're getting riffing. Well, I think it'll happen a little bit before midday, as a matter of fact, but oh jeez. Keep getting my stupid mouse whenever I try to move things around, landing on that temperature news thingy on the taskbar, and then I get a big pop-up of an image of some dude who apparently killed some people. And it's not even anything to do with this small town. Let's see, where are we going actually? Let's stop the car for a moment and check the map. We are going to a place that I don't think does show up on the map yet. It's up here. Oh. I believe this place, that doesn't quite show up here, but now it does. It's the place we want. Kind of showed up a little bit early, I don't think. Well, I don't know if the person we're gonna be waiting for, who you might already know who it is in fact, I was just talking about her the entire time. What? Oh, shit, what? Well, here's Robert. I wasn't expecting him to, like, drive away from this place and then get out of the car. Where's burglars? What's going on in this town? Came to admire the lake too. Can I try to cheer Winona up a bit? Well, probably can do that, but Winona's actually who I'm waiting for now, and I don't know if they came together, but I guess he literally just came out here at 8 AM to stand in front of the lake and just stare at it. Well, there is a certain scene that we'll see that's kind of significant. It shows yet another kind of big name game that this game ended up inspiring, but we'll get to that scene when we get to it. What it is to do with this lake. Oh, there's the running woman. We can try to catch up to her to kill a little bit of extra time. Why are you running? Oh, why aren't you following a straightforward route when you're running? Run like this every morning. I do it in, you know, those black stockings and a jacket, I guess. That's the optimal running gear. I mean, if you were going to run in this kind of weather, in this kind of context, I don't really know what you would actually want to wear, but... let's go back to where the boathouse actually is here. I mean, can we try to go inside? Maybe that's what we need to do to get this thing to show up on the map, because it hasn't shown up on the map yet. Boathouse. No, we can go inside. And there is someone inside here. Oh boy, tap it again. Freaking cursor thing. Who cares about the golden gloves? Guess we can order something from this guy. Can I help you? He doesn't have anything else to say, I guess. What'll it be? Coffee or milk? That's all we have. Well, we'll have both. Why not? I'll have the coffee and then I'll have the milk. And then both will mix together in my stomach. That's how it works. Come take the chill off. I don't think I want the... You look like a milk drinker. But I get the feeling that's like that's not meant in a complimentary way. I mean, that's apparently a recurring thing, considering that apparently everyone in every restaurant in this game can serve milk. Alright, maybe now the boathouse will show up on the map. So, hey, Dr. Girlfriend, what's up? Come to very scuffed and bizarre and unstable game that ended up influencing a lot of other games. Am I tripping? Hold on. This is day 3. And the boathouse is where we know we're supposed to be, but right now I only see Robert. Here. I guess before anything else, let's look at the map real quick. And yeah, sure enough, the boathouse icon actually shows up here now. That we've actually gone inside of it, I guess. Where is... Wait, no, though, she's supposed to show up here. Oh. Right, I guess we can't walk on the edge of that all the time. Even though there's a second big truck here, but I'm pretty sure this one wasn't here before, and yet I haven't seen, you know, did she go inside the boathouse? Am I blind? I don't know. I'm gonna take a look inside. One more time. Oh, she's actually out there. Didn't realize. Maybe she's been out there for longer than I even realized. There's someone next to her, though. That Dennis? It is Dennis. You need something? Well, I need to know why you're talking here, I guess. The Emma I always saw wasn't the real Emma at all. I wish I'd realized that sooner. Hey, Winona, guess what? There's something we're supposed to do today. Also, check out this ring. And also this, let's get to school as soon as we can. And now she should be following us. Yep. Finally, we found the thing that I was looking for the entire time. I'm gonna open the door and then close it after me without waiting for you. Same for this door, I'm sure. Yep. Have fun in there, Winona. And yet we're gonna be out here when we shop outside again. Alright. Actually, wait a minute. Robert's still here, which he might not be. He might have just completely disappeared. Yep. Just disappeared. Yes, he left. Didn't want to actually be seen with Winona after all. Okay, so the easiest way to get to the high school from here is gonna be to drive south, which is the opposite direction of where I'm facing now. This way. And then we can just veer off to the left here. I already know how this works. There's also a dude here just kind of hanging out in the corner. What's up with you? Can I help you? Nope. Can I help you? You don't seem to be doing anything here. You're just loitering near a place of education. Oops. And we're getting caught in the corner as well, to be fair. Alright, well, we're supposed to check the lockers which are in the main building, but the main building is still closed. Now off to the main office we go. So let's meet up with Liz. Should be around here somewhere as Winona very speedily shuffles behind us when we speed up. And we keep on refusing to hold the door for her, but that's fine because you can just walk through the doors. And guess what? What are you two doing here? I want to get into the main building, but it's off limits. I left my notebook on my desk. I needed to study during Christmas. Had Matthew drive me all the way here. Can we just go get it? Well, I mean, you come here like every day. You travel farther than this every day, but I can trust you not to do anything stupid, Winona. But no similar sentiment is extended to Matthew, I guess. Can take the key on the rack over there, but please return it once you're done. Alright, here we go. Well, we can chat with Winona while she's following us. Right now, the service lead, let's be thorough and check the whole school, except we can't really do that. We're here to do one thing in particular, and that's it. Which key? Well, this one. I'll have to return it quickly or we'll get in trouble. We took it, just trust us. Lots of keys here. So, I do need to get past you now though, Winona. There we go. So we can go in the door that's, I think, directly across from this one. Pretty much to actually get into the main building. Go in this little covered walkway and, like, I think I do notice that, or I do comment that in every single anime I've seen, which is not very many to be fair, but every single anime I've seen, every school has like a little covered walkway like this. It's like a thing that's apparently in every Japanese school in existence, so. Well, here we are, inside the school. Very serene, quiet music accompanies it. Pretty sure we're supposed to stick with Winona or else we'll inevitably get lost. This is actually kind of a pain to navigate. That awkward as stirred climbing animation too. Or we do like this crab walk. Oh, there she comes. Is this it? Right now this is our best lead, yeah. I guess this is the only locker that actually goes and shows up when we look at it from the other side. So what's inside? Pocket camera and a floppy disk. Why would I need that? There's nothing else in here. We can get the pictures developed at the 1 hour photo place in the town square, but what about the disk? Don't think Emma even had a computer. Maybe she was using it for something else. We'll find out if we tried putting it in a computer, I guess. Trouble is, where can we find one? After all, this is 1998, where computers are a very rare thing to find, I guess. And wouldn't you know it, classroom 303, which I guess was our classroom, is right next. Well, it makes sense that, you know, someone's locker would be close to whatever classroom they're in. Though my high school never had lockers. And middle school had some really shitty lockers that didn't have locks of their own. We always had to provide our own locks. And I think there were some lockers in like one of the buildings that I ever saw in any part of my university, but it was a very, very small amount of lockers compared to the students that were there, so it's pretty much like a raffle, I think, to decide who actually got to use them. But right now, this is our best lead. Let's be thorough and check the whole school. Well, this is her desk, I guess. We're just supposed to check it. Feels like forever ago since MLS sat here. I hear the rumor that someone strangled Kathy. Might be a murder. Doing that only made me more convinced that Emma and Kathy were together that night. One girl gets killed and the other goes missing the same day. That can't be a coincidence. I was still out there, and here I am getting all depressed. Even if Kathy was murdered, it doesn't mean Emma was. Can't find any link between Emma and Kathy. If they were friends, why wouldn't we know about it? Even though we've been pretty much talking about that non-stop this entire time. We should be heading back now. Did you get your notebook? That was obviously a lie. You, Miss Holden, would fall for the whole worried student act. And here I thought you were supposed to be the trustworthy one. Or she's gonna ask to see the notebook, and we'll be like, nope, sorry. Guess I did all that for nothing. Must have left it somewhere else. How will I study over vacation now? Or she's just gonna pretend to still be worried. I have to keep the main building locked from now on. Gotta show up at this office every single day though, apparently. I think we're way too deeply involved to even consider leaving it to other people at this point. So what are we gonna do with the camera and floppy disk? Take the camera to the 1 hour photo in town square. As for the disk, I'll ask around. If I find anything, I'll call you. So that means I'm gonna be holding on to both of these things. Curious about something, so I'm gonna see Father Barton. Alright, let's see. I guess we are gonna be doing that immediately, yeah. Well, we know left, so let's just do what we're supposed to do. Better get these things to the 1 hour photo ASAP so that they will be done ASAP is what logic would dictate, and what we're going to operate on for the time being. Let's see. Town Square should be dead north of here. Close by. I don't remember exactly where the 1 hour photo thing is, but we'll find it. It might be here behind the diner someplace. There's should be few things. I'm just gonna leave the car right here and check out these spaces because I don't remember exactly where it is. But you can actually walk in the middle of all these very detailed buildings, as you see. It might actually be this way. Yeah, I think it's over here. There's the movie theater, which we hadn't even seen before, and here's the print service. Hey, guess what? Oh, is that the woman that we've been seeing here and there? Heard about Emma? Don't worry, I'm sure she's probably fine. Do you want something? I'll come back later, well, I don't look busy, but I really am, honest. Well, now we do want something, as it happens. We want to give you the pocket camera, but we'll give you the note first, maybe. Can we give you anything else? No. Never mind. I thought maybe we could give her more stuff, but... How to have this camera's film developed? Want standard printing, or is this a deluxe job? Standard is fine. We're super busy right now, but just for you, I can get it done in an hour. Require payment up front, though, is that alright? Well, you do have unlimited money, so 950 will not be a problem. Oh god. Why would you say no? Come back in an hour. Are you that desperate to see them? Yeah, totally. So we did this at 9:51, so I guess we'll come back here at around 11. 10:50, something, 55. What's playing here? At the, can we even see the name of the cinema? Theater? What theater, though? There's a State Bank. Plume? I can't even tell what that's supposed to say, but... Well, now that we've set that particular event in motion, let's go ahead and gotta figure out where we left the car. Oh, it's right here. I just couldn't see it. Let's see. We're gonna go to Emma's house again to check up on if her mom or her family knows anything about this floppy disk we found. Assuming that it's not for a computer, then what could it possibly be based on, I wonder. Or what could it possibly be used for, I mean. What could be up with that, and how could it relate to the disappearance? I'm sure this will be the key to unlocking everything. After all, we can just build a quick GUI in Visual Basic to check the contents. I'm sure everything will make sense. What's this guy doing here? Oh, the diner is way too crowded. That's why I am going to leave this place in the car. Hey, it's me. Yeah, we're coming in. Alright. Hope he comes in, opens the door and lets us in, and then she just goes and sits in that chair again. Let's go to Emma's room. Well, we don't have to go to Emma's room, but... I did come here to... I can show you a number of things, but... I thought we were supposed to show you this, but... Apparently we can't. Are we supposed to do it before she stands up? Huh. I guess we can go up to Emma's room and then try to show her... I don't know. So we'll try that before anything else. Well, let's give it a try. I mean, here in Emma's room, she doesn't continue to follow you every step you take, does she? She just stands in the corner here. Hey, Emma's mom. Can I show you this? Yeah, I can show her that now. And also the cigarettes, but I might as well try it. Oh, Matthew, don't need a cigarette, thank you. I guess maybe that implies that she does take those from time to time. What about the memo? Everything about this note, wonder what it means. Don't really know. I mean, other than the obvious, which is what's written on it, I guess. But, hey, check this out. Do you know what this disc is for? Found in Emma's locker. Probably for the electric piano. Emma had one of those? I've seen her putting a disc in the piano before. Well, we did see something like that down there, so... Probably would have been a bit more efficient if we didn't have to. Didn't have to go upstairs before we got that bit of dialogue, but now that we know about that, maybe we can try to navigate our way to the corner here where the piano is, and then... Well, I guess this isn't close enough. It's an electric piano, didn't know Emma played. I guess she just put in the disc, do you know how it works? This goes right here. I wonder if these were real. Pianos that actually were electronic and used floppy disks of all things. I mean, player pianos are pretty old, but I don't know about floppy disks being used as a medium. Emma was always playing this, it's called Eternal. And this is the first time we hear this, yes. It's a beautiful song. Well, it's a pretty nice song, yeah. This particular iteration is kind of simple, but hearing it now, it almost feels like she's back home again. Should we play this? Wonder how Emma felt when she played this. Maybe she talked to James about it. I don't know why we think that in particular, but... Oh, there you go. And now she offers to follow us again, but I don't think we... Oh, shit. I don't think we need to, just like we don't need the game to freeze up. Damn it. Oh, that's okay, we can just go back in time. This is what we were doing up to 2 minutes ago. Okay, let's not talk to the mom again after she sits down at the piano, I guess. Okay, so the song does stop abruptly, but at least we did hear all of it the previous time. But yeah, pretty significant song as we'll come to find out. But first, we are gonna have to go deal with yet more errands. Check up on more things. Well, the appointed hour for a certain event this day is fast approaching, but got a few things to quickly look into before we can get to that. Let's see. Well, we did wonder about one thing. Twice the work of everyone else, I'm entitled to a moment alone to ponder stuff. So he says, just loitering around his own hospital's lobby. But we did think to ourselves, hey, maybe James knew something about this disc for some reason. About this song, about this whole thing. Like to watch me at work, apparently. I mean, can we show him the disc? Still have it with us. Hey, check it out. All the help I can give you there. Alright, we already showed him that technically. I forgot about that. But now let's talk about this. Have you heard of a song called Eternal? Sorry, what? What did you say it was? A song. Apparently Emma played it a lot on her piano. Did she ever talk about it? It's slow and melancholy and kind of ethereal, I guess. Ringing any bells? Emma like that song? That's what I'm asking. Well, it'd be easier to show you. Go to the bar tonight. And you'll understand. Well, we did hear that apparently something will happen at the bar tonight. As we heard the previous night, around 10 p.m. What's this about? Well, humor me, just go. Can we repeat that bit of dialogue just for the hell of it? That's all the help I can give you there. Oh wait, that's not the same item though. I showed him, I don't think. Oh, and now the disc is gone from that, so I guess we've done what we needed to with it. Apparently something that we can find out by going to the bar at... Oh yeah, hold on. Actually, before we do anything else, there's one thing we could do. Check our notebook real quick and we check the phone numbers. We can phone the sheriff, I think. Mizzurna Falls Sheriff's Department. Matthew the Sheriff's gone for lunch at the diner. Why don't you head over there? He'll probably treat you to lunch. Oh, there you go. We hear about where the sheriff is. He's gone off to the diner and, you know, I hear this is a really fine time to go and be at the diner. I have good reason to believe that this is totally the case. Ooh. So let's go and act on that. Let's go and take our lunch break at 11 AM. The usual time for such things. Oh yeah, and we should probably stop at the photo place. I guess we can do that as well. Oh shit. Okay. It's unfortunate hang, but we did just create a save state here, so... Hopefully if we go back in time just a little bit, we can keep that from happening. In this new timeline. Or just kind of go about our business and operate under the hope that that will not happen. That's a real ticket, you see. Taking the same route and everything. Hey look, there's a green woman. Do you have anything to do with that? You've seen the bulletin boards are updated with the list of latest developments in town. They're really informative. Oh yeah, we haven't looked at the bulletin boards at all today actually, so we should probably check that out when we have a chance. There's bulletin boards at a few different places around town, as you might have noticed. There's one in the police station and one in the church. And there's probably more that I'm not coming up with easily, but I really believe this is... Well, we're in front of the diners. We're gonna leave the car right here, and we're also gonna check them on our photo place first, just to see if there's any new developments there, and then go into the diner. Didn't you meet up with Winona? She already came by to pick up your photos, so Winona did. She said you'd ask her to. Should I not have handed them over? Well, it's fine if it was Winona. But apparently, now we just need to track Winona down. So even though we left the photos here ourselves, she came by apparently and picked them up before we had a chance to, and now she has them, and we don't get to know what's in them until we find her again. So let's go to the diner. Well, here we are. Hey Lorraine, what's up? Can we have some food actually? Apparently the daily special today is fish. Baked fish. Is it gonna be whole fish or fish fillet? I wonder. Oh, there we go. Well, let's have a chat. Tell Lorraine, what's up? Just tell me, what are you doing here? I did just give you food and everything, but didn't realize that you were here the entire time. Just a little chilly, that's all. Couldn't be anything that I'm dreading or anything. Even with all this stupid shit Mel's pulled, I never thought he could be that dumb. What did you do this time? Jeez. And apparently she's still spacing out. Like a bite to eat? Well, I guess she's over it now. Oh yeah, and there's Morgan. Did you come here for a burger too, Matthew? Well, not really. I guess I took the fish instead. Matthew will have the same, apparently. Aren't you listening? Nope, you're still spacing out for no reason in particular. A coffee refill? Sure thing. What's with her? Did you find out anything about the burglary, by the way? This could be in any way oddly apropos. Not my finest hour, I admit. Emma's diary was stolen. If I'd been more thorough, I'd have discovered that sooner. Yeah. Somehow didn't make a mention of that. Goes without saying, but we're looking into it. Take a seat, have lunch with me. I wanted to notice this thing all of a sudden. What the hell? Well, as luck would have it, the sheriff's right here. Nobody moves a muscle. Oh, this is all happening very quickly. Money in the bag. Point your gun at her. Give this punk an excuse even though he's kind of giving them an excuse. Yeah, look, there you go. This guy's gonna pay up too. Or not. I mean, we apparently have unlimited money, so we can just give him some of our money and he won't know any better. Is your wallet worth your life? Well, we can try to punch him or try to be mean to him, but I'm pretty sure no matter what you pick, it doesn't matter. Well, I'm picking the punch button right now, and this is all that's happening. He's just punching us instead. So eventually Matthew will die of a concussion, maybe. I don't know if we'll be seeing that today, but I'll just keep doing this indefinitely, I guess. What makes you think you can hide from the police in a small town like this? Well, we're gonna give him our money. Should have done that in the first place, genius. That all you got? Well, does that kid look like he had a lot of cash on him? He apparently has unlimited cash. Like I've been reiterating, but apparently more cops might be on the way, and there goes Morgan. Oh. Music for a moment before we realize that it's not supposed to be the regular overworld. Oh. Okay, apparently one of those guys could just keep on driving, but only one of them. After they face through my car. You know how much was taken? No clue. All the money from yesterday was in there too. It's probably a lot. I haven't found a getaway car. All we can be sure of is that it hasn't left town. So it's somewhere around here. We assume. Lost my appetite. Need to get back to the station and start sorting this out. I'm sure you'll regain it when you really start to do paperwork. Better take that burger to go. So yeah. Totally couldn't have seen this, had no indication that that was about to happen. It's gonna be an ordinary, normal day in the diner. Quite the ordeal, huh? What do you think did it? How should I know? I open up my address book and look for any masked gunmen I know. Any Jason impersonators. I wonder who we've many times seen that wouldn't even come close to matching that description. And heard about with that same description. Why was yesterday's money still in the cash register too? Was exhausted last night, so I left it there to get it later. Anything about guns? You wouldn't know anything about that because you were told about it beforehand, would you? How did you know that Robert's gun was real? Well, you know something, don't you? It was him, wasn't it? Well, she's apparently not, doesn't take long to get her to admit it. He told him it wouldn't work, but he did it. And I guess I ended up not really going along with it, but had no choice but to go along with it when they showed up. He must be laying low somewhere right now, but I don't know where. Which way did the car go? Well, we weren't really looking too closely, but you know. We can get some more fish to try to clear our heads after that that robbery conspiracy that the owner was in on, kind of. Insurance fraud, in a way. But only if they find out about it. So I do believe the next place we need to get to, though, is a place we need to get to quickly. Car, check the map. We do need to. We did ask, you know, which way would the car go? Did the car go? Which way would the car have gone? Where would the perpetrators of this bizarre incident would have even scooted off to? And what place do we know about that would have been? A place that would align with that kind of thing. That was, you know, previously declared to be shady and had had a certain trend of the people who own it not really wanting people to look into it for some reason. Wonder what could be up with that. Where such a place could be, whether it could be up the mountain, which is where I'm heading right now. I don't really know if you're supposed to figure this out just by actually looking at the car in the cutscene where it drives away. I don't think it makes that much sense to expect that, but I don't even know at this point. There's a lot of things that probably would be really hard for me to understand about this game if I try to take everything about it at face value, honestly. But particularly when it comes to puzzle progression and all that stuff. Not so much a story that's like a thing apart. As we'll come to find out, but, well, here we are up in the decrepit farm workers' lodgings. Well, let's take a look around as we loiter and, just gawk around. Make a save state here too, by the way. Oh. There's a suspicious guy over there. Can barely see him. It's pretty much just a couple lines of pixels right now, but he is very suspicious, and I think he was walking this way. Yeah, you can barely even see it, but I believe he is. As a matter of fact, on the move. We just kind of want to, is he on the move? Maybe we'll have to approach him from the other direction. Oh. Apparently he's just kind of here. Huh, it's you. Oh hell, what do you want? See you again and you'll be breathing through a new hole in your head. Well, here goes. Tail the lookout. Follow your target without being spotted. Use the trees and walls as cover. Well, at least they tell you what you're supposed to do. Yeah. Let's creep around and see where this guy will take us. He won't see me all the way over here. Oop. I think he does something dumb and memey here. He actually... Maybe? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing? No, never mind. But he was gonna do a thing there, but I guess not. No, he does it here. I think he fucking pokes his head out from behind the corner. And he just keeps going. And there he goes, and just back off a little bit and... Guess now we just approach. Doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Was there a get lost before I figured your own teeth? That did not work. I mean, even though we saw him freaking go all the way up to the fucking thing. Where's he going now? Is he going all the way back? I don't know if there's like an actual hard time limit for this that we have to be super mindful of. I hope not. But I think he is going all the way back. Oh, I don't know, maybe we just weren't close enough when he gets to the end. We need to be a little bit closer before he, does it. It's you. Oh, there he is, and he hasn't, he's kind of following his route now. If I can do this properly this time. Oh, turns around then. Jesus, person. Last before I feed you your own teeth. Okay, so he turns around twice before he rounds that corner. I guess, yeah, we do have to stay closer to him than I thought we did. Else it won't work. And there he goes. Well, he looks very trustworthy, that's just a very trustworthy face, wouldn't you say? Trees and lookout as, or trees and walls as cover. We'll just keep our distance to him for now. When we interlock, that should be far enough that he shouldn't register, even though we're plainly visible. And I think this is where he does something very stupid. We can actually see it this time. He just turns around there, but after that, after he rounds this corner, he actually pokes his head out like that. Yeah, it's quite dumb. And can in fact screw you over if you're not expecting it, but fortunately, I'm kind of past that point. Alright, now we stay really close to him, I guess. Hopefully we see what we're supposed to see when he finally gets here. Or not. Never mind. Oh, jeez. Look, at this point, maybe I ought to restart. Like, go back in time. To a point that seemed sufficiently... Or maybe not, I don't know. I'll do one more try, but after that I feel like It'll pay more to be paranoid. I assume that I need more time. But we will try this one more time. This will be the last attempt before I do that. Oh, there he goes. We're just gonna, you know. Gonna use the same strategy as we have been this entire time. Hopefully with a better result at the end. Stupid little peak. Okay, he goes around here, he turns around, or no, he doesn't turn around, he turns to look in this direction after he goes around this corner, then that's it. I think that's the last time he actually turns around, so stay close. Close enough. Sufficiently close. And it still doesn't work, what gives? Alright, hold on. Let me try this. Go back in time too before it's even 12 AM. Not too sure what I'm doing wrong, actually. There's the guy. We're gonna make a new series of insurance saves here. Yeah, he totally can't see me here. Turns around, and sure enough he can't see me here, but he will see me if I poke my head out before he pokes his head out. Dainty little turn, which makes me shake my head spiritually every time. Alright. Gonna make another insurance save here because I don't really feel like doing this many more times. I'm not sure exactly how you're supposed to do this. It's like... supposed to get really close? No, apparently if you get really close, he just sees you. That's apparently not it. Maybe when he gets over here you sneak up directly behind him, except he apparently sees you if you do that as well, so... what do you do? I don't remember. It's like a very specific way to do this. Just gonna hang around here until see if anything happens, I suppose. And give it a minute. Just waiting around. Trying to find out, do we need to like... no? What gives? Doesn't seem to be doing anything either. Like, there he goes. Right behind him. This is where he stops. And if we get too close, that happens, but... same time... Do I need to, like, be in a different location? Maybe, like, behind the wall? Oh, okay. What was that code again? Circle, then... triangle, and... oh, right, I just repeat the same digit as before, and there we go. I'm glad we figured that out in the end, but... enter the 4-digit code, that would be... well, circle, triangle... like this. And it opened. It's not quite what he said, but... I guess you're just supposed to figure out on your own that that's the result that's expected from that little clue. So here we are inside one of the lodgings. Occupied. Hold your horses, I'll be done soon. Probably a bathroom or something, better not go barging in. There you go. What's in here though? Could be going on in this place. Could it be Mel? You know, that pig was gonna be there. I never heard of scoping a police out for you, Robbie. This is a big problem. We're wearing masks. What difference does it make? The difference between walking and doing 10 or 15 for robbery. You get pinched, say one word about me, and prison will be the least of your problems. You know what would happen if I snitched, and maybe you ain't as dumb as you look. That's Mel and the guy he was meeting with in the graveyard, and this guy. Aren't you? What would happen if you kept poking around? So what the hell is this? Just gonna bring him in here with all these people. What are you doing here? Were you followed? Well, not really, and yet I guess he was just able to figure out where they went. Unless they meant followed from the outside. I guess technically we did follow him to this house. But right after you got here, let him right to us, you dumbass. Well. So now, when you will be able to identify your body when I'm done with you. Now we have to do another one of these shitty battles. Which might be yet another excuse for me to use, save states, depending on how this goes. This goes acceptably or not. It's not going very acceptably right now. And we just know he must Robert well. Boneheaded and Mel are just watching in the background. I feel like him, he just accepts that his name is Bonehead. Yeah. Damn it. Should have been in favor of me. Excuse you. Alright, just to one-shot the robber after we lost to Mel like 3 times on the first day. Oh damn amateurs, you can't even handle this pretty boy. Can't leave witnesses. You gonna handle this or do I have to? We're not gonna. Oh, I probably am. What would make you think otherwise? Smart enough to figure out where we are, dumb enough to not call the cops. Poetic. Yet. Maybe that's not really the case. Tell anyone about me, I'll make sure you die screaming. And he just leaves Mel behind, but I don't know how he's gonna get out of here, or... because he's also leaving the other robber behind. And after that whole debacle... guess we're just waiting for a different loading screen. I sure hope we're not waiting for although that's not gonna come. Oh, here we go. Would be quite a tragedy if it hanged after that quite convenient confrontation outcome. Well, Matthew got beat up a little bit, but apparently he's fine. Lorraine called it. She did the right thing after all. Told you this was a job for the police, you could have died. Putting more at risk than just yourself, you know. What about nothing we know now? What would they do if something happened to you? Well, the other guy are going in lockup for now. Of all the harebrained schemes. What about the third guy you mentioned, the bald one? Seemed like the ringleader. Well, I guess he didn't keep quiet about it. After all, what a surprise. Didn't find anything inside the cabin. What about the money? Old guy must have run off with it. Cabin's been sealed off. Alrighty then. Guess I'll head back to the station and deal with those two numbskulls. Did you find Emma's diary? Not yet. I guess this wasn't directly related to that. Go back to the sheriff's department. Maybe we're going with them, unless we're gonna be dumped out here. I guess this is where our car is anyway. But pretty sure we will go back, or just go to the sheriff's department, regardless. Where it is. It's our car, actually. We leave it on the road. Just before we got here, did we leave it on the road a little ways ahead of here? We did. Okay. I think it's facing the other way now. Maybe it got like relocated by the game. So yeah, it's facing the way that it needs to face to get us away from here. Which is quite convenient. Well, let's get out of here after that little debacle of a situation. I actually don't think we are going back to the place immediately. Might have to stop someplace else first. Let me check what would be the best way to get there, actually. Instead of going immediately to the sheriff's apartment, we're actually going to be going to the other side of town, the southwest. Across the bridge. There's something we need to look into there. We just kind of have to know, I guess, that that's gonna be there. Now that Mel is no longer just kind of roaming around. He's in a very precarious situation himself. He's not gonna be around to look after his own place. Right past this thing. Not because we don't have to worry about him getting in the way of us looking through that. It's like, wow, what a golden opportunity. How can we possibly pass that up? Well, let's go here past the white picket fence and go into this little room in the basement where we know he lives. Not gonna be much of a point in knocking. And what is this over here? What's this? It's a diary. This is Emma's diary, so the burglar was Mel after all. I have to give this to Morgan, but shouldn't we take a look at it ourselves first? Where is it? Which entry will we read? Well, let's check it out. December 21st, 22nd, or 23rd. Which are all before the start of the game. Miss Holden doesn't understand how I feel. Don't know what's right and what's wrong. Why are we even alive? Why are we here? Gives me a headache just thinking about it. Right. Time 18 and this is deep. You know, that seems worried about me like she even knows who I really am, but if she did know, would she still care? There's no point wondering. I doubt two people can ever really understand each other. You might think you understand, but you don't. There was a whole other Emma that we didn't even know. No idea what she was, how she was feeling. Well, we can find out more by reading more of this, I guess. Isabella seemed so sad tonight. Her singing fills me with such sweet melancholy, and the feeling defies words. There's no light in her life. She's being controlled by that guy, a real snake of a man. He needs help. Isabella, there has to be some connection between her and Emma's disappearance, we assume at this point. Isabella needs help with what? The guy that was controlling her? What if we didn't even know who Isabella was at this point? Well, what about Saturday? Christmas Eve. We discussed it at the thought of having to see Mel every minute closer it gets to 9 o'clock. The more I want to puke. Kathy says we need this stuff, but I don't want to become dependent on it. Just want some kind of relief. Is she getting drugs, I guess. Emma and Kathy were connected, but what's this thing Kathy said they needed? Sales probes say both met Mel at 9 o'clock on the 23rd, but where? I don't know if they said that she went missing on the night of the 24th. Or before that, but maybe that was the last thing that she was able to write before she was in whatever situation she is now. But yeah, aren't you glad that we managed to take a look at those entries before we deliver this thing to the sheriff? And speaking of that, let's go and do that now. I guess we're supposed to figure out what we can find out there just by the, you know, the whole burglary incident at Emma's house. Apparently we hear from the mother that the dude who came in, not just from the mother, but also from the old guy at the park, was wearing the hockey mask, and apparently Mel and one other dude were the ones who actually did the robbery at the diner, and, you know, they had the whole Jason outfit. That kind of stands to reason that if that diary that was stolen would be anywhere, it would be with Mel. So how you're supposed to figure out that it's there. Over here. Such a shock. Why do you just loiter around the station every day and say the same thing? How did it come to this? Key to an investigation is questioning locals. If someone seems like they might know something, go talk to them. Even if you go to their house, they might be out. You should call them on the phone first, avoid a wasted trip. Well, let's go talk to Morgan. Let's actually check out the bulletin board real quick. What we got today. The 26th around 3 PM, Major Roland's house was burglarized by an unknown intruder. However, since nothing was missing, some allege that the incident was just Miss Roland having a panic attack. Well, I think we pretty much determined that that wasn't really true, but many workers have asked to inform, yada yada yada. So that's still the same. So let's go to Morgan's office and give him an update on the situation. You seem busy. Up to my eyeballs, we don't have enough manpower. This might sound crazy, but you could deputize me. You're a good kid, but we have trained professionals for this stuff. You said you were short on help, though. Trainer now I'd be an extra pair of hands. Tell you what, I'll consider it, because you do have a point. I'm so busy I had to skip breakfast. Can't wait until I can slip away long enough to grab a bite. I'm dying for one of the diner's big burgers. And what's this? It's Emma's diary. Wouldn't you know it? Maybe this will convince you. The burglar must have been Mel. The two of them had some kind of secret. He was probably afraid that Emma wrote about it in her diary, so he stole it. Mel must know something about Emma. Not Mel, you. You told me not to get involved. Oh. That was my mistake. Nothing I say ever stops you, and now you bring me a piece of vital evidence. And now we're deputized. From now on, you have full authority to assist the investigation. In return, you have to join the department once you graduate. Just kidding, but think about it. You're 18 and you never talk about college. Have you thought about your future? Because you'd make a damn good cop, I mean it. You need info, check the board in the conference room. Marilu keeps it updated with any news, and from now on, if there's trouble, call me. Not want to repeat of earlier. And take this. My old badge. Deputy needs a badge. Proves you're officially working on the investigation. So now we're officially deputized and we even have a badge to prove it. Rhythm's diary entry for the 23rd proves Emma and Kathy were connected. According to Mel, they were together on the 24th as well. What's this thing that Kathy needs? Certainly seems important. Doesn't seem like Emma wanted to meet Mel. She said they planned to meet on the 23rd, but she cancelled. There's no proof. The diary only says that they planned to meet. Doesn't mean they actually did, but need proof that Mel met them on the 23rd. Are we gonna get that? Well, now we have the badge, presumably in the waste bag here. Take another look at this. 9 PM motel. And that would be it. Mel and Emma met at the motel on the night of the 23rd. Check the motel guest book, might be under Emma or Kathy's name. It's not under Mel's. Well, now we have that extra incentive, I guess, from checking that again. And beyond that... Oops. I guess we're still able to hold on to the diary. I believe we actually need to leave the building and come back in real quick. There goes Steve, but, well, something may or may not happen if we do it right now. I guess we'll see. Off we go, Steve, maybe to go back to his house, and off we go back into the building. Oh, nope, here he comes. Father Barton, here to see Mel. To take his confession, but he shows no remorse for his action. But he doesn't even think he's in the wrong. He's not the only one. Today's youth have no moral compass, that's how I see it. Totally. How shameful, how sinful. You all suck. Please continue to live in a pure manner. Please be a Jonas brother. Certain Bible verse comes to mind, Matthew 18:9. If thine eyes tempt thee to sin, pluck them out. Better to live blind than to be cast into hellfire. Remember that. That's a very healthy mindset, yeah. Alright, well, glad we had that conversation. And speaking of Mel, now that we have more authority, I reckon we can maybe come down here and get something out of him. Still just says the same thing. I think it's the same model of the guy who's guarding the entrance of the forest on the second day, but where is he? Hey, here he is. Hey, guess what? The hell are you doing here? Showing no remorse, just like Father Barton said. Like he can talk about remorse. Who wants to hear sermons from an old perv like him? Well, it's pretty hot in here to me. You're out of your goddamn mind. Not in here because you grabbed me and got me arrested by that pig. Well, there's no divine intervention there. I hope there's a next life since you've already screwed up this one. Yet a priest hangs around a bar at night trying to lecture people. Well, we did see him doing that ourselves, yeah. With a dad like that, it's no wonder Kathy went off the rails. Jump off a bridge, dickweed. How lucky these bars are between us. Well, anything else? Nope. Shockingly, he doesn't want to talk to us anymore. Well, I mean, we already knew about that whole thing where he goes to the bar at night and just kind of stays outside and he's like, nope. Hey fellas, you shouldn't go in there. It's not worth it. Okay, so... Well, we already figured out that apparently Winona showed up to the photo development place before we did and picked up the photos, but we haven't run into her again yet. But we'll continue to bear that in mind, methinks. But for now, we're actually going to follow up on something else that we have been sort of aware of for a while, but didn't really see like the super optimal opportunity to do until just now, which is go to the motel, which we don't even have marked on the map yet either, I don't think, but we know where it is. It's on the north side of town, like the lake shore. In the environs of the boathouse, which is another place that we didn't know where it was before. Or at least, well, I didn't know where it was, but it was marked on the map. I mean, we've passed this motel plenty of times when going up the mountain. Let's see. So we're just gonna leave the car out here in the corner. A day 25 for cash only. Cable TV, all rooms. And here's the reception. Looks very cozy. In a room? No, just information. Did you know who stayed here on the 23rd at 9 PM? Privacy is our top priority. Well, it's about the missing girl, the mayor's daughter. Just a name? 23rd, 9 PM, room 1, Linda Ronstadt. Well, don't seem like a widow, poor thing. That's like literally a country singer name. Room 2 vacant, room 3 Kathy Rowland. That's Emma and Kathy's names combined. Doesn't seem to know what Kathy looks like. She hasn't checked out yet. She paid in full, but it seems she barely used the room. Don't have a spare key, so I can't get inside the key and tell her to hurry and check out. Kathy rented the room. The key might be at the church. So we don't know where the key is, but... yeah, I don't know if we can show him anything else, but... let's see. Can we show him any of this stuff? Probably not. The motel thing, we can't really show him anything. We can just talk to him and get that bit of information only after we've had, like, these plot triggers. And maybe, you know, actually being deputized helps with that. So off we go. Is there someone over there? I think I see someone over there, but how can we get over there? That's what I want to know. Let's all take a moment to look into this, because this is just weird. We can go to this actual sandy lake shore, kind of, if we can actually get off that platform and that railing. What are you doing here? It's the same guy who shows up at the bar, I think. Actually talk to him. I don't know if you can. I was just staring across the lake to that cabin that only sometimes shows up on the other side, but yeah, that's significant as well. But now apparently we can't talk to him, even though it's definitely the same dude that we see in the bar and like we saw in the church once too. Alright, well, forget that, I guess. Let me see. Well, we know that apparently maybe Kathy or Emma would have had the key based on what we knew. What we just heard about that person who stayed at the hotel, which was a mixture of both their names. So let's check in on the person who may know if at least Kathy had it. Oh, word. It's a bit of a chore, you know, driving up the mountain to go to the church every time. Pretty much just tells you, like... I mean, I'm sure it's a nice view and all. It would be nice if... I mean, can you imagine how this game would look if it had, like, no draw distance? You actually see the whole town at once from up here. Wouldn't that be something? But here we are. One more time. I don't know who's gonna show up here in the morning for mass or what have you. Even how long the drive is just to get here. But on the night of the 23rd, Kathy rented a room at the motel. Do you know anything about that? What? Well, it's true that she did come home late on the 23rd, so she was at the motel. And according to the clerk, she never checked out. Thought he might have the key to her room. So he doesn't know about that, and yet he's gonna look. Sure what the logic is there, but this key was in Kathy's bedroom. Didn't know what it was for, but it's got the number 3 on it. It must be a motel key. So there you go. That was easy. I just borrowed this. The old guy at the motel asked if I could return it. We'll need money for the checkout fee. Oh, well, isn't that nice? Don't think that's necessary, but for your trouble. Let us pray for those poor, unfortunate souls, yada yada yada. Okay, well, we got what we came for, so it's time to go right back down there. And, well, it's been a while since the robbery happened, so let's see if the news is talking about it yet. The 27th local resident Mel Astin, 18, was arrested at the Astin Company housing and brought to the police station for questioning. He is the only suspect in the armed robbery which took place at Haynes Diner earlier that day. Well, that was today, so I wonder how many editions of the bulletin board they have. Or, I think they actually said it was supposed to be the Denver Tribune. Oh, and, oops. It's great it talks about why you need winter fog and textures. Oh gee, I don't know. I mean, winter fog and textures is nice, but I feel like it would also be nice to not have the, small but ever-present chance to have the world just kind of stop appearing. Like, if they could figure out how to do like a mod, a patch, weird kind of patch pass-through thing version that they did for Streets of Some City when I demoed that. It actually makes it run quite well on modern systems, and if they can make like freaking those weird versions of, like, conversions of, like, N64 runs that actually run natively on PC. Like what you need to do for Archipelago for Mario 64, I think. And then surely someone can figure out a way to get this game running in a way that won't be, won't have it broken by the hardware or emulated hardware limitations. Character is near Shadow the Tall Cannon. Well, it could be, but... driving down here just to see if the roadblock was gone yet, but I suppose it's not yet. Then we'll have to go around and get some more gas soon. Where are we going next? Well, we're going back to the motel now that we've actually gotten the key. I wonder what we're gonna find there. Well, I mean, I don't think we can ever really reliably make out what's written on the back of Matthew's sweater, so maybe that's also symbolic, like you're not supposed to be able to see clearly. Or just like crap like Matthew not being able to remember that one of the keys he finds is the key for the lockers at the school that he's been attending. Like, maybe these details are all connected. Well, we found a thing. I guess we're gonna try to use it first. 5-4, you can actually very, very vaguely see these number textures. And here we go. What could be in here? It hasn't been made. Been left undisturbed since Kathy used it on the 23rd. So Mel, Emma, and Kathy were all here. They might have left behind a clue. Kinda weird how the, motel clerk didn't say something like, what are all these kids doing getting into this motel room? And now, several days after the fact, they've all gone missing or gotten involved in some shady shit and one of them died. Maybe I should say something, but guess not. Oh, looks like somebody spilled some jam here. Epoch. No comment on that. No, I guess not. Well, I guess we've seen what we need to see anyway. But that's not the only thing we can find in here, because there's this box that's, the same box model that we used to as a step stool to spy on the church meeting on the first day, so get that out of the way and see what's on this hole in the floor that they left between the beds, I guess. Are these drugs? It says Epoch on the packet. Epoch means a new era. What kind of drugs are these? Could they be like Nuke? I'll ask Dr. Gruber to examine them. Got pills labeled Epoch. And, well, there you go. Think we got what we came for. And apparently the hole disappeared. I don't know what that was actually supposed to convey visually, but I don't know if we can actually give the key back or if we just kind of keep it for the remainder of the story. Let's go check in with this guy at any rate. Can I help you? Well, I have the key that you wanted, but no, I don't think we can give it back to him. We just have to surreptitiously keep it, and also, I guess, keep the money that the priest gave us. All for our own, in spite of our own infinite source of money. But we do have one more pending from the events of the day today. And that's finding out what was in those photos that apparently we know now brought us to claiming from the development place. So let's see if we can find her in the one place that you would typically associate with her. I am going the right way, right? Not like tripping out here. No, I'm not. Okay. Gas station is the other way. It's actually kind of opportune since we do need gas at this point. We don't need it ultra badly, but it's definitely going to be a good thing that we're stopping by here at this point. Alright, so let's not crash into this other car. Let us try to get into position here without crashing into the middle of the station here as well. Or either. Full service it is. All done. Alright. Well, let's hope that the car continues to be filled up. Even as we move away from here, wait for this guy to go in so that we can also go in. Watch for self-service. And hey, wouldn't you know it, there she is. Well, presumably Robert is here as well, yeah. aim to top up. Should swing by whenever your gas gauge is half empty. You'll look like a fool if you run out of gas. Well, we've been operating on that, but yeah, fortunately we do have unlimited money to buy gas, so there she is. We got the photos right, just couldn't wait to see them. Well, let's see them now. So it was only this one photo. There was one more, but it didn't come out properly, it was all black. How convenient. Well, there's this. No entry sign in Barrows Forest. Why take a picture of that, though? You know what's beyond that sign? Heard there's some ancient Damohi thing there. Why's that place being blocked off anyway? No idea. Guess we'll ask Morgan. Got the photo of the no entry sign. And now she's just like, what? So I'm just gonna stand here with my arms outstretched for the rest of the day. Close, by the way. Quite close. You're so close, in fact, that you're right at the door. Alright, so we do have a new task based on that after everything that's happened. So let's get out of here, let's get back over to... I think we need to cross the bridge. Do we need to cross the bridge? Might as well check. Do we get to the shirt? No, we don't. Okay. Might be easier to go the other way, actually. It's now 3:50 PM, it's almost 4 PM, but the roadblock is still there, so... I get the feeling that the roadblock isn't gonna be cleared off during the transcourse of the day. It's gonna be like... at the very end of the day, maybe after midnight. That we're finally able to go through that road without having to worry about that. You just say course, really. The course of the day, but... let's see what Morgan has to say about this, this whole thing. I think this might be an opportunity for us to save again, actually. There's not that much stuff left to do before we finish the tasks of the day, but... we are gonna be waiting, stalling a little bit, I guess. Mary do have anything to say. Ask Morgan if it's about the case, and I'm pretty sure we can also, go into, like, one of the rooms in the station here that we couldn't go into before. I think the only room in here that we couldn't go into before, actually. Now that we're deputized. Hey, wait a minute, what? Not here? That's a little weird. Maybe we need to... wait for him? Yeah, I do have the event marked for 4:30. Maybe he's gonna be in this room? Which is the same room that I was referencing just a moment ago. There's a room with a big bulletin board that we can check out, but I don't think the time is right for that yet. I mean, take a look at that. Haynes Diner, the book mapper. I don't think that's rendering correctly, but that's the Haynes Diner. Now let's take a look anyway. Robbery occurred on the 27th at noon. Robbery was orchestrated by Mel Astin. Lorraine was coerced into helping him. Mel says he simply needed some spending money, but according to Lorraine's testimony, he was in dire need of a large amount of cash. That's why he orchestrated the robbery. Apparently he was trying to pay someone off based on, you know, our eavesdropping of the meeting with him and Bonehead in the cemetery. School both Kathy and Emma attended. Currently the main building is off limits. Who were in different grades and didn't seem to interact well at school. Kathy, who had few friends, joined the planning committee for the full moon dance held at the start of the month. Does this have some connection with her going to the forest? On the 24th, I wonder. Club Wolves. As the name suggests, the bar is run by Wolf. It's the center of the town's nightlife. Seems Emma went there regularly. What about this? Workers' lodgings. Land owned by Asset Enterprises where the farm workers reside. Buildings are quite old and recently the workers have been lobbying for repairs. So far Dennis has refused. An empty building was used as a hideout by Mel after he fled the diner robbery. Which is pretty much the reason. Is there some connection between Mel using that building and Dennis's reluctance to repair them? Well, yeah. Kinda goes without saying, but we're just speculating right now. Church where the late Kathy lived. Father Barton adopted Kathy as an orphan and raised her as his own daughter. Now let's slowly bring our cursor over to the stuff in the other corner of town here, the hospital. Kathy was found grievously injured on the 25th, but died around 9:24 a.m. Kathy's cause of death was shock, not her injuries from the bear attack. Further strangulation marks were present on Kathy's neck, which means there may have been an attempted murder. And that person might still be on the loose. We discovered Mel was the one who broke into Emma's room around 3 p.m. on the 26th. Apparently Emma's diary was taken. On the forest, on the 25th, at around 6 a.m., Kathy was discovered seriously injured. She was found wounded in front of the large tree in the forest. According to Cohen's testimony, there were signs of fires having been lit nearby. You can assume that Kathy was with someone that night. I'm sure that we've already ascertained all of this information on our own previously, pretty much. We're learning terribly much more from examining that right now. I guess we're just gonna loiter for a while until Morgan shows up. I'm gonna presume that he's gonna show up from outside, but I don't even know. Shouldn't be that long as usual. Can't come back here if you want something, please come to the counter. Well, I mean, I'm a deputy now, so surely... Oh, here it comes. Surely I am entitled to come back there. I have to collect my thoughts. Oh, goodness.
Hizo a White Punch Boggy cara sonriente, RWRRWRWRWRR.
So a White Punch Buggy. Well, yeah. Redbird, thank you for resubbing. Now past the 50-month mark and on to 51 months. Enjoy your nods, your double channel points and all that good stuff. And yeah, this is a very in-character 1998 game, I suppose. But we were waiting for Morgan to come back here so we can actually talk to him about the forest. And a no entry sign. Going over some case theories to myself, but we have to show him the picture, I guess, if we have it with us. Let's see, photo of no entry sign. One of the photos from the camera in Emma's locker. It's of the off-limits area in the forest. What's in there? It's a cave painting left by the Amohi Drive. Why does that need to be blocked off from the public? Wasn't up to me. I'm the one who cordoned it off. But the feds ordered me to. Feds is in the government. It's that important. I don't know, but I doubt it. I just did what I was told. So Emma went in there. Well, the Amohi used this cave. Built it. It's not a natural cave. The Amohi excavated it by hand from the rock face. But the photo that came out all black was Emma trying to take a photo of the cave. Painting in the dark. Well, because it didn't have a flash on that camera. Emma went inside. I'd better go check it out. And we want to see it too, but... want to know why. Alright. Not right now. Meet me in front of the waterfall in 2 hours. But it's now 4:27 that the time actually does matter, so he's gonna be there at 6:27. And I think that's pretty much the only thing we need to be mindful of right now, so I guess this is gonna be an opportunity for us to save and then move time forward an hour and then meet him in the forest precisely 2 hours later. And I think we can actually... well, I don't know, I think I'll just do a safety save here, and then... I don't think I will do a hard save quite yet. I think there's going to be another opportunity for me to do that after this. Oh, let's get in the VW. And drive off to our home base once again to speed up time a little bit, but not too much so. We need to be there at 6:27. We're in Mizzurna Falls, Colorado, as they spell it in this game. It's everything slows down to a crawl because there's too much shit going on now. Shit. To the point where I can't even get out of the car. Alright. Too much shit going on in the center of town here. So let's pet the dog. Very important. So, like I said, I don't think I am gonna be doing a hard save right now. Let's just speed up time. And with a hard save later, right now we're going to just go to the forest. Wait, what? I thought I saw an icon in front of the bookshelf, unless it's the same thing that we've already looked at. To be or not to be, how come it opened at that page? Well, I mean, I guess that's, that might be marginally related to what ends up being a few important plot points by the end of this game, if I remember. If you actually are familiar with Hamlet's soliloquy and what it actually boils down to in its content, but maybe in a very distant, abstract sort of way. Be able to argue that, but anyway, it's off to the forest, which might be this way if we're going east. From here, which I believe we are, maybe... That is not the way to the forest, actually, that's the opposite way. Let's go past the steakhouse and get out the center of town the other way. You know, it does get pretty dark by like 6 PM here now that we are in the hopefully perennial no daylight savings mode, and especially in the winter when there's no daylight savings anyway. But it usually does get like night levels of dark at around 6 PM, I would say. I don't know if it would get that dark at around 5 PM like it does in this game, but maybe in the middle of winter in late December in Colorado it actually does get that dark that early. I mean, I do remember being in New York City in winter and it'd get dark pretty early, but I think it was also around 6 PM. Oh, oops. I was holding the wrong button to do the brakes. Right. Into the forest we go. And here we are. I don't know when, I guess that might be Morgan, I don't know. Yeah, we got in the memo that the forest isn't closed anymore, but I don't know what's in this one, so be careful. I guess he's got this guy looking after things here still, so we're supposed to go in front of the waterfall in this area. At that time, if I couldn't even remember how to get there, is it just follow the trail? You go past this bridge and that's how you end up here. I think we are hearing the waterfall, so maybe we do just follow the trail from there. I guess. I think there's a sign in front of the waterfall and that's where you're supposed to meet him. Yeah. Mizzurna Falls. And here it is. Pan. I don't really get to find out what's written on the sign, though. No big wooden house hotel built on top of those falls, though, or anything for that matter, as far as we know. Just kind of a bit of a red herring, I might just say. You might look at these waterfalls and think like, Mizzurna Falls, well, it all makes sense now, but, you know, there's a little bit more going on to it than that. But we'll come to find all that out in due time. Right now we're just waiting for more of that to show up. Should be here in another 4 minutes. I don't know which direction he's gonna come from. I think one of these bridges here. Maybe this one. Yeah, that's where the blocked off area is. So. He should be here. Oh, here we go. In case we don't see him approaching after all, we just have to be here. At exactly this time. There you are, Matthew. Did you wait long? Well, a little bit. Did you know the Amohi worship this waterfall? Mm-hmm. And here's this place. I'm sure anyone could just like... Anyone who's got a little bit of acrobatic aptitude could just get past this blockade easily, but... painting is through here. It's not like there's an actual guard looking over this place, so... I can feel there's not really that much. It's gonna keep someone from breaking into here if they really wanted to. And here we are. This is... It's ancient, huh? No matter how long I stare at it, I can't figure out what it means. Well, let's see, we get a few things. Is that white thing supposed to be the sun? Could mean that the Amohi also worship the sun. But it doesn't really look like they're worshipping it, though. Wonder what this painting meant to him. I don't think this painting is related to the case, he says, but... Is it enough? Yes. This gives me the creeps. Yeah, there's a little bit more to it than that, but we don't really get particulars just by looking at it or following it. And here's Cohen, I guess. Just showed up. I guess you could say that maybe Cohen comes to this place pretty frequently, but what are you doing here? Why did Cohen to patrol the forest for me? I guess he's cattle guard. Just helping an old man still feel useful. Ask James if you want to know more about that cave painting. James, he's a local expert on the Amohi. Well, what about Cohen? I'll patrol the forest a little longer. Alrighty. Well, that was that. I guess Cohen might be hanging around here. But I think we're just gonna head off a little bit of time before the next event opens up. Well, let's head back to the home base to have another nap. And this time we actually will do a hard save. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it actually is like the single most important time check in the game is that dude literally says, hey, meet me at the waterfall in exactly 2 hours, and you do need to be there exactly 2 hours later from when he says it. Or else you're kinda host, so you don't get to see the painting. I'm pretty sure there's a couple of really important scenes that you see on day 6, which is the penultimate day, which are important for which ending you get, but I'm sure you need to complete a sequence of just seeing a bunch of plot important events just to be able to get to the point where you can get to the end of the story in the first place and get to the point where that particular check with the events on day 6 actually matters. I mean, I've never tried it just because I don't, I mean, as you might have gathered, this game kind of takes a while to play through. Also kind of jank, so you just kind of run the risk of not having a very smooth playthrough even if you choose to replay it. But let's just say I'm quite pleased with the experience of having played it at least once, and why I wanted to do this as well. So let's have a 1 hour nap and actually save this time. I'm gonna be saving again at the end of the day, as you might imagine, but let's do that. And the bar opens at 8 p.m. As you might have remembered, so that's where we're heading next, cause as we have seen, apparently James just goes there every night. As soon as we, yep, there we go, get deposited back into the world. Are we doing this way, maybe? I believe we are going this way, yes. We have plenty of gas now, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna just refill the gas whenever we are done with these last few events of the day. Might end up having to wait a while, but that's alright. Oh, what's going on here? The father is just holding people up. You're pissing me off, old man. Take your preaching and shove it. Well, my children, this place is a den of sin. Turn home and repent. This is my business, the Lord saith. Oh shit. Okay. I don't think that guy had to do that, but... mustn't pursue them, but... violence solves nothing. Only God and his elect can reach them. Just north of NYC and it gets dark by 4:30. Didn't see that, but... I mean, in winter, I suppose that does make more sense. I'm worried about you. You often come here? Nope. I guess I have been coming here every day for the past few days, but it's clearly part of my investigation. We're at the cemetery every night around 9 p.m. If you seek spiritual counsel, come find me. Should be getting home yourself. I mean, he prays at the cemetery, even though that's actually quite far away from the church, but... I guess Steve is just also standing around here and not really doing anything. No, I'm not at all. I feel like having a drink. Well, here we are. And sure enough, there's James. Know anything about the cave painting in the forest? Yeah, we've been to see it. It's around 1,000 years old. It depicts an ancient ritual. It showed people lying prostrate before the sun, but it's not the sun. Those people aren't lying down, they're dead. It's a funeral? Just the opposite. It's a ritual to resurrect the dead. Is this... a bit different? Why the interest? I think Emma went to see it. I'm trying to figure out why. I told you Emma was having doubts about the meaning of life, right? I mean, maybe a little. We've been very vague about that. It would only be natural to look for a meaning in death. One leads to the other. According to my research, the Yamohi were able to die and then return to life. The ceremony in the painting is called the Mortal Journey. It involved the ritualistic killing and resurrection of the subject, the supplicants. But Emma wanted to die. Perhaps that was her logic, to understand life by experiencing death just once and then coming back to life. Do you really believe the ritual is real? And how did you get in to see the painting? As for the first question, Barton believes Christ was resurrected. Why can't I believe others could do so too? For the second, I simply asked Cohen to let me in. But apparently the government's in charge of it. Cohen used to be a colonel in the military. Even though we hadn't heard about this, really. You can get past most red tape, friends in high places and all that. But why Morgan's having him patrol the forest? Precisely. That all kind of came out of nowhere. You come here every day, well, we've been hiding him here every day. Alcohol is the elixir of life, he says. I mean whiskey. The word whiskey comes from the Scottish Gaelic word Whisky Betha, meaning water of life. For over a millennium, humans have needed alcohol to live. It's right there in the name. Well, must be great at party stock. Alcohol frees the soul and guides us to a higher plane of existence, so he says. I think you've had a few too many. I would say the same thing, but... oh. It's not even 10 p.m. yet, and yet she's coming out again, and she might actually do something this time. He did invite us to, like, come here this particular night and, like, be like... it'll all make sense when you see it. Thank you for being here at Club Wolves tonight. And here's this dude again. He's about to begin. Isabella the bar's lounge singer, 27, even though she has silver hair. Lounge singer at Club Wolves, she often performs the song Eternal, inspired by a dream she had long ago, which... bit of a spoiler for what's about to happen here, but...
Ray lights fall from the sky like a stream inside my life. Ray lights surrounding me, fill me with a limber. Ray lights infinity, sacred symbols I've seen them somewhere. Moments, stops and songs, sunbathed under the hair.
A little bit of a desync with the subtitles there, but it is quite handy that they do provide you with the lyrics, because yeah, you can kind of hear that that is English, but it's not quite spoken in the clearest way possible. I guess I can put it that way, but they do provide you with that. Nominal, isn't she? It is a very lovely song, though. Long as she'd been singing here not long or a month ago, she suddenly appeared like a ghost descending from above. Yeah, that sounds very normal. And here's this dude again. So, could continue talking to James. Do you know Barbara, the lady staying at the hospital in a room meant for 3 people? Emma came often to visit her. It seems she was interested in Barbara's tales of the olden days, her stories about the history of the town. They were supposed to bring her cigarettes for her birthday the following day, the next day, I'm pretty sure. It's the 28th. And at least we did manage to get them, but hey, dude, what you doing? You hot with me tonight? Oh boy. What are you looking at? You trying to get Isabella too? Well, you should forget about it. Isabella would never go for a kid like you. You're just a kid yourself. I don't know if we're supposed to be able to make out who all this dude is supposed to be, but... What are you, chicken? Got business with Isabella? Don't get in my way. Seems like you're bothering her, though. But now we get another forced fight here. Well, the stilted fighting setups in Shenmue do have a direct equivalent, or direct precedent, I would say, in this game, kind of. Ow. And I don't know at which point I get, like, I'm gonna get, like, tired enough of these fights. It'll come. Much I can guarantee, but tired enough that I will use save states in all of them, but... I mean, I don't know if the difficulties, like, in this fight is necessarily worse than the first fight we had with Mel on the first day, but... Oh, someone just came in. I wonder who that could be, oh. Just coming in, just gonna come into the bar and walk right through us. Yes, he does that. Oh, I lost. I'll do one more attempt. If I decide that I'm fed up, I'm just gonna go ahead and cheese it. I don't even know if there's like way to block. I think there is, but I can't fucking tell you what the controls are. I think they actually do give you like a... Fun translation does give you like a little... mock text thingy to like kind of try to teach you how to do the fighting controls, but you're supposed to figure out the controls not just by doing this, but also by doing the friggin' old man parrying the game. Kind of. Yeah, this dude has like this roundhouse punch. I don't know what's up with that. I don't think I'm gonna be able to clear this of my own virtue, but you know. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's do this. That's not a great start, but I'm sure we can come back from this. I mean, you do get unloaded continues at least. So that's nice, but yeah. Let's try this again. Let's see if I can get the first hit at least. If I... yeah. There we go. That's a better start, I would say. I think I might have accidentally changed the save state slot, but whatever. That doesn't really matter. It's going better this timeline anyway. If I can manage to get him, I don't really care how beat up I get before that happens. And if, like, this AI would be, like, smart enough to do shitty Mortal Kombat input wrong or something like that, but I think it might actually be easy to cheese him just by spamming punch, because that big charge of punch is never faster than the small straight punch that you can do. Oh well. There we go. That was quite straightforward. And he just vanished into thin air. We're scaring him off. I'm pretty sure he was supposed to run off, but does this happen often? Recently, yes. You don't mind, I need to ask you something. No, Emma Roland? She came to this bar often. One time she stabbed a guy in the thigh with a fork. Heard about that. I met her, but... need to rest, I'm going backstage. What a shame. Apparently she may be able to help us, but that's just not gonna happen right now. Just gonna hand wave everything and be like, nope, don't want to talk to you right now. Or self-limits. Like to speak with Isabella, but no, we had too many weirdos lately. Did he come just to speak to Isabella? Well, take a guess. Doesn't look like I'm gonna get through this guy. At least he's actually saying words this time, but what does James have to say about all this? Is she gonna be okay? Guess he's talking about Isabella this time. She seems to know Emma. There's no doubt that Emma took a liking to Isabella's singing. This is my take on it. Emma is a girl struggling with anxiety, prone to worry and self-doubt. Isabella's songs somehow soothe her, same as any drug I could prescribe, better even. Emma didn't lack initiative, so she must have reached out to Isabella. They had to have met. Won't be able to ask her about Emma. Her bodyguard is pretty strict. Doubt you'll get the chance. If you're dead set on it, your best way is to catch her on her way home. Yeah, we're gonna end up stalking her, just like that other guy. But we gotta do it better. That's what it takes to find out about Emma, then yes. I've seen her use the back exit to get to her car. She usually leaves just after midnight, which... yeah, it's kind of a while from now. Goodness. And now, he's talking about Barbara again. Barbara's tales of the olden days, the history of the town, and he's just gonna repeat that now. Alright, so... what do we do next? Might actually have to track down that dude that disappeared into thin air, and we might have to do it, by leaving this area completely. Coming back in. It's not in any one of these rooms that we can access in. Yeah, pretty sure we're gonna have to do that. Oh, the music's back. One thing I will say is that I'm really not sure what even is the trigger for music like disappearing and then suddenly coming back in like this. It just seems like one of the biggest mysteries that's inherent to this game, and that's saying something. We'll go out back into the overworld. We've already seen the scene with the priest when we showed up here, but... still hanging around, and so is Steve. Don't think we'll be finding anything else out here right now. And as we've already seen, there's like no way for us to actually walk behind the building because of the invisible boundaries, but let's go back inside. And let's look for this stalker dude again. He may or may not have showed up. I think he's supposed to have shown up again somewhere. Maybe back here in these rooms. Maybe not. There's probably something else. That's just the cars that are outside the bar. You know, that's one of the things that does make me scratch my head when it comes to how this game is like designed. That even when you go inside buildings, you can still sometimes see stuff that's beyond the boundaries of the buildings, even when there's absolutely no reason for you to be able to do that. Like, the cars are never gonna spawn inside the bar, so it's kind of weird and conspicuous that you're just able to see them. Let's see. I doubt Wolf is gonna have anything. It's just gonna be saying the same shit. It's a lovely bar, but it's creepy. Doubt Wolf is gonna have anything new to say, but might as well have a chat. Wasn't on especially friendly terms with Emma. As a matter of fact, she seemed to hate me. Not that I need a woman who's so hard to read. Well, wonder if he felt the same way about Kathy. Well, still can't order a beer. Well, the dude that was starting part of this door is now gone, but we're not finding the guy. Might have to come back here later. Let's see. Because, as he said, as James kind of hinted at, we are gonna have to do some stalking of our own, but that's gonna be when Isabella comes out of here after midnight. Well, for now, let's just get back to home base so we can go ahead and move forward time at least a little bit. I'll try doing a couple different things, I think. We're gonna do a save, maybe do a save, maybe we won't do a save. Do a save state here. Looks like a good time to do that. We're not gonna save. We'll save when the day is done, I suppose, which is gonna be real soon, as you might imagine. Wait until we're at like 11:40, I guess, so just one more rest after this one. And we'll head back to the bar and see how the situation looks. Let's see. Get in the car. I was kind of considering just running to the bar since it's not that far, but there must be a star. Alright, let's head over there. Not like we're, hurting for gas or anything anyway. pretty sure it is substantially faster to get here with the car anyway. Is the bar closed at 11:48? It is not closed at 11:48. Let's see if the interior of the bar looks any different at this point versus when we left it a while ago. Oh, I think this dude is back. We were waiting for him to show up again, but he didn't. Hey. Nothing else to say to you. Thinking of stalking Isabella again? What did you say about me? Well, always scribbling stuff down. What are you writing? Show it to me now. Triangle X, circle triangle. Is this Isabella's phone number? Well, been harassing her over the phone, haven't you? It ain't Isabella's phone number. Well, I guess we can just repeat that. Let's see if that shows up like in the notebook right after we get that scene. I guess not. Hold on. So let's try to ring that right away. No one's picking up. Why don't we try to ring it so there's is enough to get that in the notebook? If not, I might have to write it down here, but... yeah, I don't know. Let me see, I do have some notes. Triangle, X, circle, triangle. Some characters that I have written down. Which are pretty much equivalent. To the PlayStation buttons, which is what I like carving down now. Alright. And appending that to my walkthrough. So we've done that, but I don't know how long the bar is actually open for. I don't know if we're like gonna be kicked out after midnight, but hey, it's almost midnight and friggin' Lorraine is here. Today's been hell, that brainless idiots. I don't know if Lorraine's gonna end up hanging out with Mel again ever after what happened. Well, and apparently James left at some point. Well, let's just hang around here for a few more minutes until it actually hits midnight and see what happens at that point. Because it is not very long after midnight that Isabella leaves, but it's not right at midnight. It's 00 AM now. It's now the 28th, technically, but we're not being kicked out or anything. But alright, let's just get out of here, I guess. What we could do is like get out and then go back in and see if that... if it lets me go back in, I might as well do that. I mean, if it is close at midnight, that means this bar only opens for like 4 hours every day. Doesn't seem terribly sustainable, but... oh, no, they do let you back in. But... not going to hang around here for much longer. We might hang around here for a little while at least. Oh, the music's not showing up. Maybe it's because it's after midnight. Apparently after midnight, all over the town, it's just like... what should I call it? Like the no music time. I'm pretty sure we need to be outside at around 12:20, 0:20 I guess. Closing time is usually 2 AM. Yeah, that would make sense, but... I don't remember if that's quite how it applies in this. A couple more minutes and... yeah. Let's wait outside from there on. Actually, wait a minute. I might have missed a thing in the course of this day. I hope I didn't. Well, we'll see. Let's go ahead and wait here for just a moment. Until it hits 12:20 AM. I legitimately can't remember what was the last time that I saved. Did a hard save, I guess we'll find out after this. Okay, maybe not. Maybe a little bit. Oh, wait. What's this? Oh, that's the rain. Look at the time. Aren't you tired, Matthew? I'm gonna head home. Well, sure, but maybe it's 12:20. Maybe it's a little bit after 12:20. Should be good for this, at any rate. Oh dear, I guess for now we're just camping out here. Oh, there she goes. Didn't really open the door or anything. Shotgun makes an artist's next performance much worse. Can you just let me rest? Oh, there she goes. Just walking through the walls, the doors and the trees, and there's one of these cars over here. Must be hers. No, I apparently can't let you rest because I need to... need to follow you very closely and not look suspicious at all when I do it. Oh, I don't want to fall behind on these here, so let's not get stuck on the fucking geometry here, jeez. Let's follow her at 80 kilometers per hour, which is totally the speed we're traveling at now. Well, fortunately I know where she's going anyway. Going to this shitty apartment building that exists out here. And I'm sure she won't think that it's very suspicious that we followed her here. Or if we try to talk to her. Oh, we're just gonna shadow her and be very not creepy about it. Ruin Apartments, aka The Ruin. I did not remember that this place was called that, but it is the apartments in the center of town, which are pretty crappy, as you can tell. And she's not the only one who lives here. Room numbers are written here. Uncle Nas is in room 205. So this is Nas's actual house, too. And, well, here we are. One of these places should lead upstairs. I can't miss which one. I think it's this blue door. And now that we're in here. Well, we're going the wrong way forward to Nosi's, but we can see through the walls and see that Nosi's over here. 205. Hopefully we knew that that was the number, but what the hell's there? He must have a damn good reason for barging in so late, but... Oh, it's Matthew. Sorry to bother you, but... You know, Isabella, the one who apparently lives on this same floor. What do I know who lives here? Oh, you mean that pretty lady with the grey hair? So she does live here. You know what room she's in. Once saw her going into 201, the apartment at the other end of the hallway, but can't be sure it's her. Didn't even know her name until now. So what you doing? You're not stalking her creepily, are you? Finally reached that age. Well, I was sure you'd end up with Winona or Emma. Well, not what I was expecting you'd go for, but young men do tend towards older women. Well, I think you ought to give up on that, lady. Can't say for sure, but I've seen a lot of dodgy-looking men coming and going from her apartment. One tall guy with mean eyes, and he brought what looked like his henchman with him. Guess her up to no good, no doubt about it, so... Apparently she's mixed up in stuff as well. Wonder who that could have been. This is gonna take a while, could we do it tomorrow? Well, we'll get out of his hair for now that it's 1 AM. And we know that she's apparently over here at 201, even though we didn't follow her closely enough to see her go again. This is Isabella's room. Can see inside through the keyhole, so let's do that, I guess. Does look like her, yeah. Continue to creep on her, but here's the bodyguard just showing up out of nowhere to punch us out. Know this kid? Was peeping into your room. It's lucky it was me who spotted him and not Wolf. Well, I'm guessing that's who Naja was talking about then, Wolf and that guy. Oh, here we are. Now inside the apartment, I suppose. So this is Isabella's room. Even Isabella's bed. Just here in the corner. And the timer's gone. And what can we find around this place except... Well, apparently not much that we can actually interact with right now. We're supposed to be able to look at something on the... Oh, here we go. On this thing. Oh gee, what's this? Isabella and a man smiling without a care in the world. This guy looks familiar. And apparently Isabella's fine with just taking a shower while we're here. With her segmented body. That's what you get for being a peeping Tom. Nothing much worse could happen to you next time. What do you know about Emma? I suppose that pretty much is what we came here to find out. It's not like I knew her well or anything, she was just a fan. She might know some more. You're looking for her? Don't know what was going on in her head before she vanished. Think I might know how she was feeling. Reminds me of myself 2 years ago. Losing the will to live, not able to ask anyone for help, feeling so alone. Well, I guess she's not gonna follow that up again, but we can look at the photo again. Photo's from 2 years ago. I was living in Denver then. Who's the guy in the photo with you? He was my husband. He died 2 years ago in a car accident. How come you're living here? Does my husband resemble someone? Is Austin Emma? Well, he clearly resembles Emma. He was just another fan, I don't know what you're implying. Nothing to do with Dennis. Oh, it's Wolf, apparently. I think we see that clearly, but... he was Wolf's younger brother, apparently. Oh, hey, Agar. A vinyl player. Well, 2 years ago, after I lost my husband, I was all alone. Wolf's the one who saved me. Gave me somewhere to perform my songs. What's the name Emma gave it? It originally didn't have a title. Emma named it even though the word eternal is literally in the lyrics. 2 years ago I was in the car with my husband when we had the accident, but I was the only one who survived. On that day I did die temporarily, at least. Doctors call it clinical death. It's when you stop breathing and your heart stops beating. Your brain is still alive, but not for long. After a few minutes you're dead for real. It's possible to be resuscitated before that, but it's rare. That's what happened to me. Paramedics revived me after my body shut down, but before my brain could die. I had a dream while I was in the ambulance before they resuscitated me. I was enveloped in a brilliant white light, and when I listened closely, I could hear the most beautiful melody. I wrote Eternal using that melody, the one I heard in my dream. When I told this story to Emma, she cried and said, "That's so wonderful." She almost died. The song makes me feel like I'm in a world of eternal peace, where I never have to worry about life, death, or anything else. And that's when she named the song Eternal. I liked it, so I changed the lyrics to incorporate the word. Oh, I guess it wasn't in the lyrics at first. I didn't mean to reopen old wounds, well... Oh. Is that our phone, or... not her phone and she's not doing anything? It's right here anyway. What a huge mistake to ever trust him. Saying this for your own good. So I guess we're being kicked out now. But we're not giving up quite yet. She leaves her door open, that seems wise. And apparently Emma said she needed help. I guess she did say that, yeah. She did mention Isabella. Maybe I could help you. Well, what could you possibly do to help? Well, I've apparently found out quite a lot during these past few days. Oh, here's the phone again. Everything's fine. I have no freedom. My cage may not have bars, but I'm still a prisoner. Well, I need to deal with the devil to be freed from it. Being alone. Well, was it worth it? Gotta deal with the devil and your soul is forfeit. It's only a matter of time. And she's still like, nope, just leave me alone, but I guess we can try to do the thing, I don't know. Same choice as with Winona, but maybe not quite so forward. Clearly suffering, I want to help you. The only devils are the ones we create. There must be a way to solve your problems. But now she's just implying a bunch of stuff and not really clarifying anything. Naive little boy. I just leave you like this. No, that's supposed to be like... that's a really weird hug if that's what that's supposed to be. And apparently she didn't know Matthew's name that entire time. Let's just go home, I'll contact you. Guess we're just going home. No response. And I think after all that we're finally done with the events of the day. Kinda drags on for this one, but... but like I mentioned, I may have messed up at one point. I may have to do some fixing. But for now, I believe I've come to the point where I can finally just kind of leave off. Now the end of the third day has been reached. He was even mentioned in the dialogue, but there's one thing that I may have forgotten to check in and follow up on, but let me see. I may be able to salvage it depending on whether or not I did something, but for now I think I'll just I'll do one thing, I guess. I doubt it's gonna be possible for me to actually follow up on this at all right now. Let's check the map real quick. We're here, we turn right, land up there. Well, let's look at the hospital. I don't think I did this. I think I completely missed it. So I apparently had a brain lapse moment. But it's after you collect the drugs in the hotel room, you're supposed to take them to the hospital to have the dude look after them, look into them. I somehow don't think it's gonna be very viable to do that at this point. Oh my goodness. Still have that check be... oh shit. And there's this anyway. Let's go back, and I think this is too close to the present, so let's go back a little bit farther. Let's go back to inside this place. I kind of even want to overwrite my manual save state at this point, because I feel like maybe that would also be something that I might be able to salvage, or at least my manual save state from... I don't know, something. Definitely want to do that, so I want to check in on that. I think the Matrix thing I may have seen when I tried to save state once wasn't actually just me pressing the save state button, it was me accidentally hitting one of the switch which state you're saving to buttons, which, you know, are right there, so it's not very surprising if I hit the wrong one. But we'll try this one more time. We'll try to go to the hospital just to see what happens, if we can, like, still salvage it. Where are we going? We're going this way. Is this the same way I went last time? It may not be, but I think it is. I'm reasonably certain this is the way you have to follow to get to the hospital again. But this is the last thing I'm gonna look into. Hopefully this time, you know, in this timeline we can actually get there without the world falling apart. One thing I have noticed is that that does seem to happen mostly at night. Alright, here we are. This time we did make it without breaking. One hoping, is it still too early? Yeah, I think it's... that's a big oopsie. Oh well. Gonna have to travel back in time after all. But that's alright. Just do that after this. I'm just gonna symbolically head back. I'm not even gonna go to the gas station to get more gas, because what's the point? This whole timeline is gonna be undone. It's gonna have to be rebuilt, but that's alright. I will just take care of that. Shouldn't be too hard, honestly. But let us symbolically, even though, like I said, this whole timeline is gonna be undone. After a certain point, I'll figure out exactly which one. I will return to the home base, just so we can end the stream off there. I'll even do the 5-hour nap, even though definitely not gonna save. I will, however, see if I can pet the doggo one more time. It's always extremely important. And there we are. That brings us to the end of day 3. Kind of. Like I said, it's still one more pending business, but do we even want to? Yeah, we don't want to. I'm gonna save though. I will have to sort this out. Probably right after I end the stream, but anyway. I'm just gonna leave this open so I can deal with that right after I end the stream, which is gonna be right now because it went for 5 hours pretty much. In 10 seconds it will have been 5 hours. But I think from this game it's worth it. But yeah, that brings us to the end of Mizzurna Falls. For now I will bring back whatever the playlist is. I think I'll skip this track, it's a little too thingy. And there's another track coming up right after this one, which is kind of apropos for this. But yeah, that's where we're gonna be leaving off almost at 2 AM. I'd say like in the old days, even though that's not really necessarily the case, but yeah, I'll be hopefully going through the rest of this game over the course of what's left of the week. I think I'll try to stream this again on Thursday, which will probably not be enough to finish the game, but I'll figure out something on the weekend, I suppose. See if I can work something out to go and get whatever's left of this game and finish it off at that point, because yeah, I think it's definitely started to show some of the shades of the story in the world building in this game that makes it really interesting to me, but it's kind of not until the ending all is said and done that I feel like that will just kind of bask in it. But anyway, what am I doing right now? Could do a thing or two. I think I'm actually gonna try one thing. I might do one thing that I haven't done before, or I might do a safety net thing. Let me take a quick look here. I'll do a very quick check, but I do believe I am going to be doing a quick raid right now to end things off. If you could stick around with that. If not, that's fine as well. But I will be trying to do that. But yeah, what I will be doing right now is, after all, throwing a quick raid to our old friend Captain K, who is live right now. Is been a friend of the stream for quite some time and is currently playing something that should be relevant to some people that may hang around the stream, which is Monster Hunter Rise, which I'm pretty sure he's been playing on... Actually, I'm not sure. He may have been playing on Switch this entire time. Or he could just be using Switch prompts on PC, I'm not even sure. I think it is Switch, actually, but... yeah, doing the Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Cool dude, friend of the stream and all that good stuff, but yeah, like I said, I will be trying to return to Mizzurna Falls this Thursday and go through some more of this game after I do this little timeline correction that I'm gonna have to do. But you'll take it easy. I thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting. Always great whenever people chat, and I will be seeing you later.